Hello and welcome to another stream of Alan Wake Remastered, continuing the traditional first streamed game of a new year being Alan Wake, continuing the playthrough with the remastered video commentary by Sam Lake. Hey there, Lightus. How's things, dude? Happy New Year to you as well. Hey there, Not Fry. Evening to you too. How's things? Thanks for the Happy New Year wishes, Lightus. Because of me, you're going to have to get used to the new channel logo. That's right. New logo for a new year. Hope things are going well. Hey, Sona. How's things? Lightus, you thought Alan was about to get drop-kicked by the man in the suit. Luckily not. Luckily not. Thomas Zane wanted to help Alan there. The plan in this stream is to finish the main game. The original commentary didn't have any for the 2 extra episodes, so I'm assuming the same, but I will double check though at the end of the main story. I'll go into one of the extra episodes and just check to see if there's any commentary. If not, then, you know, so be it. That'll be the end of the playthrough. But if so, well, we'll continue on with that. Glad to hear that, Lightus. That's awesome that you're doing well. Things are fine, Not Fry. Just playing games, testing your CPU temps. Very nice. Hope that's going well. Have you had any sort of like major fluctuations? Lightus, you're used to that shield logo though, but thank you for streaming, brother. Yeah, I was actually going to keep the shield as part of the new logo design, and I was going to add 3 silhouettes to symbolize the Legion element of the name, and actually have the name. But then, as I did different iterations and settled on the just the name, I thought that one pops the best, and it keeps my design philosophy simple but effective, for me at least, in terms of like I feel it's effective and simple. Sometimes you can over-design things and overcomplicate things unnecessarily, whereas that's more of a pure kind of like basics. Not Fry, not at all. Temps were just a tiny bit high the other day, so you reseated your cooler and repasted the CPU. Temps are better now. Oh, that's good that they are. And that's the other consideration too when you have like modern PCs, I guess, as well, is keeping an eye on the temperature and all that kind of stuff too. At the end of the previous part of this playthrough, while we did actually see the introduction for episode 4, at the start of this stream, I am going to restart the chapter again from the start of it, and that'll also show the recap as well. So we'll go into episodes, been playing on normal, and we're up to episode 4, The Truth. Lightus, your wife does logos and stuff. I'll send you some logo designs of Road Legion and throw it your way. Thanks for the offer, Lightus, but I've definitely settled already on what I would like for my channel. But in the future, though, if I do want to actually have a look at some designs and stuff, then I'll definitely go down that path.
Previously on Alan Wake, I'm hunted by the law.
Sheriff, Wake's running. I'm giving chase.
Are you seriously telling me that writer just took out my deputies?
A thriller I supposedly wrote is coming true. The genre of the story seems to be shifting. It's turning into a horror story. I was told that Alice had been kidnapped, but that was a lie. We don't have his wife. We don't know where she is. Her purported kidnapper was eaten up by the dark presence before it attacked me.
Alan, shh, baby. It was just a nightmare.
Alice. There you go, Alan. Hartman, I fell.
I had to give you a sedative. Don't fight it. You went through another rough period.
What?
Right now, it's very important that you stay calm. We don't want you to have another episode. You're a patient at my clinic. Have been for a while now. The shock of your wife's death triggered a mental illness.
No, you're lying.
You're suffering from various symptoms of undifferentiated schizophrenia.
Bastard.
It's okay, Alan. Just let go.
I felt groggy.
Part of the
Whatever Hartman had
big
pumped in me was
backstory
making me
element
numb.
obviously deals with
I felt like this was happening to someone
Thomas
else.
Zane,
Someone I
the
was
diver
watching
and the
television.
poet,
I
Barbara
couldn't think,
Jacker,
couldn't focus.
Emil Hartman, and Cynthia Weaver, all in this 60s, 70s landscape in this story. I mean, Thomas Zane is a very kind of important character. Also, somebody who wrote, and also somebody who is now as the diver, very much
Yeah, I see you brought your
guiding
big
Alan
gorilla
Wake,
with you.
but
So
in
sure,
some ways
I
also
get the message.
haunting
Loud
him.
and clear.
And many of these elements are set as part of that backstory.
I understand you're confused. I would be more concerned if you weren't suspicious of me. I don't blame you for it.
Big of you.
Now, why don't you come with me? We'll reacquaint you with my clinic and go over everything you might have forgotten. Little walk and some fresh air? Yes, it will do you good.
It was interesting. We had some things there from Sam Lake in the commentary talking about the backstory of certain, elements, and that's the great thing about this chapter is it works on two levels. For the first-time player, the reasoning and logic that Hartman uses kind of makes sense. If we look at the prologue of the game, it is literally a dream that we play, that Alan experiences. And so first-time players who remember that prologue and it being a dream might think to themselves, well, maybe this Hartman's right. Maybe Alan's wife did die. Maybe Alice is dead. Maybe the missing week is because Alan was so traumatized and distraught over losing his wife that he has no memory of that week. And in his agitated state, while driving, he had a car accident, and it's caused him to have all these hallucinations, and that what he thinks is real is actually just all part of his imagination. And so a first-time player might go along with that and be like, oh, maybe Hartman's right. Maybe all this is just like that dream at the start. But you soon realize and get to the point where you see that these things have actually happened. Alan's wife, Alan's wife is not dead. She's just missing. She's actually trapped in the dark place, of course. And returning players, when they revisit this, they see straight through Hartman, And Alan himself is trying to see through what Hartman's saying, but because he's got all this medication that Hartman's given him, it's making what Hartman's saying seem plausible and logical. And the interesting thing about logic and all that kind of stuff, especially when you relate it to Alan being a writer and the fact that his writing creates changes in reality, is that there's a certain level of logic in storytelling that needs to be achieved, even if you're doing a fantasy story. There has to be some kind of reasoning that makes what's happening make some kind of sense, even if it's just framed through the perspective of a character, or maybe if it's framed through showing the actual truth of something and showing that the character is having a fantasy of what they think is happening, but here's the truth and all that kind of stuff. But the other hand, this story deals with a lot of dream logic, and in dreams, you can be dreaming about driving a car, then all of a sudden you're falling off of a plane, and then the next minute you're sitting down at a dinner table in a fancy restaurant talking to someone, and then there's an explosion, and then you're inside a mushroom land, and then you wake up and you're like, what the fuck was that dream? There was no logic to it. You went from one kind of, experience in your dream to another, and they're all just, back to back weird kind of things. And so there's a certain dream logic that this game actually uses too, as well. And framing the first part of the story as a dream is setting up the player to become open to the dream logic and to kind of try and silence the logical reality voice and all that kind of stuff. And so with the writing, you're trying to be logical in constructing the story, but you're trying to have some kind of dream logic to make the connection that the player or the viewer is having with the character or the world that they're inhabiting. You need to create that immersion. And our subconscious is something that, is constantly observing, is taking in all the information that our conscious mind is not actually aware of unless our conscious mind starts to think back on stuff. And I think that's why people, when they think back on an event, they start to go, you know what? I didn't realize at the time, but the way that that person was actually talking to me, they were actually mocking me. But in the moment, you didn't know. You were just in the flow of what was going on. And so with Alan Wake and Alan in this part of the story, it's the fight between the dream logic and the reality. But the thing is, the reality is that there is all this supernatural stuff going on. The reality is that Alan is not dreaming all this up. It's actually happening. Sorry, that was a very long tangent there. But I'm just very passionate about this game, and so it's been cool to play this game with this commentary, because the last time I did, Alan Wake 2 wasn't even out yet, and they're in the process of making it. So there's been some things that I've listened to in Sam Lake's commentary, knowing the sequel now and having played it a few times, and going, he was subtly hinting towards some things. Like, for example, he was talking a little bit about the backstory of Odin and Thor. And we only get a little bit of it in this game, but Alan Wake 2 expands on their backstory and actually gives them a bit more of a prominent kind of role in the story. Whereas in this game, they're kind of more just like signposts in a way, where they're kind of like guiding the story from the perspective of they know the powers of the lake, but they've been drinking alcohol as well, the moonshine, mixed in with the water from the lake, because that's their secret ingredient. And what it's done is it's messed up their minds, so when they see Alan, they think they're talking to Thomas Zane. So they call Alan Tom quite a few times, And if you actually stay back, which I will do, if you actually stay back when you see them in this part of the game, if you hang back and listen to all their dialogue, they start to reveal more sort of like details about what they were doing, the kinds of things that they've experienced as well. So that's like a little extra kind of Easter egg thing for people who really like to do deep dives of games and all that kind of stuff. It's very natural to feel like you just want to keep getting to the next objective. And if the game is saying, you need to go here, some players might be like, oh, I need to go there. But if you actually go the other way, or if you stop and wait for a while, you might get something extra happening. You may not, but sometimes the fun is in the exploring. And even if you don't discover something, having that mindset of trying to figure out stuff like that can be rewarding, because there might be some other things that you do find. Nofry, you do like the new logo. Very simple, clean-looking logo for your name. Thank you, Nofry. Cheers. Yeah. And that's the thing too, like, that's why I've kept the color scheme very sort of like basic and streamlined as well. And that also helps too with trying to figure out what kind of design I'd like and all that kind of stuff. Nofry, you were his wife. It's like Alice is her own wife. No. Hey there, Spectrum. It's going really well, thank you. How's things going with you? Linus, Dr. Hartman is a quack. He definitely is, Linus. Yeah, you're not wrong there. He's very manipulative as well, and he actually is very sort of like, he's very much like that scientist who doesn't really care about humanity. He just pretends to be able to get people on his side to then, manipulate them. And so he did that with Thomas Zane. We wanted to use Tom's talent as a writer and the powers of the lake to create reality. And so he wants to do the same thing with Alan as well. So he saw an opportunity to exploit, um, which is mirrored with other characters in this chapter 2 that we see. In fact, one of them, I won't say who just for spoiler sakes, one of them actually ties into the Lake House DLC for Alan Wake 2. Not Fry, interesting stuff. No need to apologize. Love how passionate you are about it. Oh, thanks, Not Fry. And that's the great thing too about replaying games that you enjoy is you start to soak up a lot more of it. And like with a movie you might have seen multiple times, you know what's going to happen. So it then becomes a thing where you're looking at characters. And a great example I like to use is Monty Python. If you watch one of their movies, when there's like an ensemble of them, watch the same scene, but each time you do, focus on a different character in the scene. You'll start to notice things that the character is doing that can be very funny. Some of it is very sort of like in your face, like in Monty Python, The Holy Grail, when they're talking about burning this woman because they accuse her of being a witch, and they're trying to answer the question of, why do you think she's a witch, and the reasoning they come up with. And one of the characters bites down on a scythe. And the thing is, the reason the character does that is because the actor Eric Idle was trying to stop himself from laughing. So what he did was he bit down on the scythe to stop himself from laughing. And that just becomes such a funny sort of thing because you may not have noticed it the first time you watched it because you might have been more focused on what they were actually saying and not so much what they were doing. So I think in video games too, you can get that as well. You start to look in areas that you weren't focused on, and that's where you can find stuff. Spectrum, thank you very, very much for the 85 stream streak. That is amazing. Thank you very, very much. I'm glad to hear that you're doing well, Spectrum. That's really good. Yeah, not Fry, and it's very rewarding as well when that happens. This game's definitely a gold mine too, if you really like to get as much dialogue as possible.
This corridor is for patients. Most of them aren't here right now. Jack took them out for a fishing trip, except for the ones who are particularly vulnerable, of course. I encourage creativity as a part of the recovery process here at Cauldron Lake Lodge. I specialize in treating artists.
I bet you do.
Splendid, Alan. I honestly believe we can get this thing under control if we work together. This way, Alan. Now, Alan, from past experience with you, I know I need to get right into the heart of the matter as quickly as I can after an episode. So I'm just going to say this. Alice is dead.
No.
You're in a very vulnerable state until you understand and accept this. Alice drowned, and you couldn't face that. You're suffering from hallucinations, paranoid delusions, unusual thinking, an obsession about light and darkness, a feeling that everything revolves around you, your thoughts and dreams. Your mind has constructed an elaborate fantasy scenario in which your writings are affecting reality. She has been kidnapped and supernatural forces of darkness are trying to stop you. We go this way, Alan.
I wasn't ready for another shot, so I went along with it. He had to be lying. But under the influence of the drug he had given me, I had to fight not to believe his words.
So who is Thomas Zane as a character, really? Through the years, I've read interesting fan theories about him, and I'm not going to dive too deep into these things. But it is an interesting question. Like we see some glimpses, especially in the DLC part of it, where we start to think that is he being completely open and honest with us about his motives and who he really is, and how does this thing loop around between the fictions of Zane and Wake?
It makes me think too what he was talking about the different fan theories and stuff. While it still maybe could be plausible, there's also a fan theory that thinks that Alan's father, who Alan doesn't actually say his father's name, we don't see any photos that were there. We only know that Alan's father wasn't in his life. And so some fans have said that they think Thomas Zane is actually the father of Alan. But by that token, it would then mean that Barbara Yeager is actually the mother of Alan. Unless Thomas Zane had an affair with someone else, and that was Alan's mother, and the reason why he wasn't in Alan's life is because, well, he was this very sort of like eccentric filmmaker, you know, an artist, and I guess that would fit in with being in like a commune and all that kind of stuff. So that's why I think that theory could potentially still be plausible. I don't think there's anything concrete. I don't think Sam Lake has come out and said, yeah, that fan theory is spot on or anything like that. But I could see the logic of why some fans think that Thomas Zane could be Alan's father. But I personally, like, if that ended up being the case, I wouldn't be against it. I wouldn't be upset or angry. But I just feel like it's one of those theories where, yeah, it might be plausible, but until we actually get any concrete thing saying that it's true, then I wouldn't, you know, treat it as being true, kind of thing. But it's interesting what happens with Thomas Zane as a character, because in this game, we see him as the character who was the poet, and he was there in the 1970s when the cabin was still on the lake and all that kind of stuff, and he was his hobby was diving, and that's why we see him wearing the diving suit. And also, it was his way to protect himself while in the dark place as well, using that suit as protection. Now, this is a spoiler for Control, especially the Alan Wake DLC in Control. So, just a heads up, I'm going to dive into spoiler territory for Control. Basically, it turns out that Thomas Zane, as we see him in Alan Wake 1, that was actually a character that the real Thomas Zane had actually played in a movie of his. You see where I'm going with this? So they play with that in Control's Alan Wake DLC, and then they show that further in Alan Wake 2. So this is spoilers for Alan Wake 2, which I'll be playing after I finish this game. We literally see Thomas Zane, and in a stroke of genius, of course, the actor who is the live-action actor for Alan in live action, and in this remastered version, his face is on Alan in the game. He actually also plays not only Alan physically in Alan Wake 2, but he also plays Thomas Zane with long hair and everything, you know, and without a beard, of course, and everything like that. And so it further solidifies this idea that nothing is really as it seems, and it's that sort of thing about the lake. You know, it's not a lake, it's an ocean. It's not a lake. It's not just the surface that you see. It's actually larger than that. It's actually more like an ocean when you go below the surface. And so, in a way, how we see Thomas Zane in this is just seeing a surface. But then, in Alan Wake 2, we definitely see the depth of it actually being a filmmaker in that. But the fact that he looks exactly like Alan is going back to the fact that, of course, Odin and Thor mistake Alan for being Tom. And so it makes sense that they would think that if they look very much alike, which in turn is another thing that I could see being something people who believe in the theory that Thomas Zane is Alan's father could actually, be true. However, having said that, there's also the time difference. So the way that we see Thomas Zane in Alan Wake 2, we see him as he would have been in the 1970s. We don't see him as he would be in the reality. Like, we don't see how old he would be. So if he's Alan's father, he wouldn't look the same age as Alan. But that's where the sort of like dream logic thing can come in, where it's like, it doesn't matter. Like, if you use the time machine, it doesn't matter what age you are when you go back in time, you'll naturally still look the age that you were back in the past if you're visiting yourself, to see yourself. So if you were 30 years old and you went back in time to see you when you were 10 years old, then you'd be seeing yourself as the 10-year-old version, but you would still be your 30-year-old version as well, But the whole character thing with Thomas Zane is just really, really cleverly done. And when we get into the Alan Wake 2 stuff, that's when you'll really see how these parallels and similarities become so strong and striking as well. But yeah, what Sam Lake said there about Thomas Zane and the extra episodes in this game, which I won't be playing, but essentially in those episodes, Alan is being guided by Thomas Zane to get to where he's at, where he's writing, to calm himself down, because he's discombobulated about being in the dark place and has to sort of like stabilize himself. And there's a part there where Alan sort of questions Thomas Zane a little bit. And that's what Sam Lake was referring to when he spoke about, is Thomas Zane really telling Alan the whole truth about everything? And is he being like deceptive and all that kind of stuff? So you can see where these sort of threads were begun in Alan Wake, and then when it came to doing Control and the Alan Wake DLC and then Alan Wake 2, these threads were able to be, pulled on and continued with into those projects.
It's all in your head. You've been making it up. Apart from the tragic accident with your wife, no one has been killed. Your delusions are just a manifestation of your subconscious mind trying to protect you from the too painful truth. Unless we fight the fantasy, it will return. I know the instinct is to resist me, but think about it. Doesn't this make far more sense than the insane supernatural conspiracy you have concocted in your mind? You're a skeptic by nature, Alan. We both know this. Everything can be explained logically.
Everything can be explained logically. Well, that is true. It doesn't mean that the thing isn't actually real as well. Like, logically, I know that when I watch a movie, while I might be watching real people in the movie, the actual characters they're playing are not real. And so, logically, I know that, but that doesn't mean that they're not fully sort of like fleshed out characters in the narrative, and you can still enjoy the fact that you're watching a version of reality, even though you logically know it's not literal reality that you're seeing. Hey there, Anasune. I hope things are going well. Hey, Dr. Darling. Yeah, I didn't actually see that until earlier today when I was setting up, and I saw that you had actually redeemed that. So, what I'll do is, I know it's only 200 points, but I'll refund you back the points that you just spent. So I'll just go into that. There we go. So I'll refund the points that you just used. I know, Dr. Darling, but still, I feel that is the right thing to do. So thank you for redeeming it yesterday. Sorry I didn't actually see it, but thank you for redeeming it again. Hasta la vista, Hartman. You redeemed this yesterday during the raid, but you probably didn't see it. Yeah, because I was sort of like switching between tabs as well. It's just 200 points. You have 342,000. Just a few. Just a few. Thank you for redeeming Arnie Reads. So you'd like me to choose a manuscript? Definitely can do. Thanks for redeeming that.
Barry took another sip of the heavenly cup. Rose knew she had been gushing, but right now she didn't care. As far as she was concerned, her brief meeting with Alan Wake was literally the high point of her life. She watched as he got in the car with his wife. She was pretty, confident, at ease with Wake. Not like Rose. They were perfect for each other. She'd have given anything to be called their friend.
Rose knew she'd been gushing, but right now she didn't care. As far as she was concerned, her brief meeting with Alan Wake was literally the high point of her life. She watched as he got in the car with his wife. She was pretty, confident, at ease with Wake, not like Rose. They were perfect for each other. She'd have given anything to be called their friend. Thank you very much for redeeming that, Dr. Darling. Understand, things are alright. Just beat Watch Dogs. Ended up dying at one point while trying to take cover because, oh, hey, shiny rock. Oh, well, that's good that you beat Watch Dogs, but that would have been really, really annoying as well. I hate when that happens too. You want Aiden to stick to a certain cover point, but he goes to the opposite one on the other side, which then leaves him open to being shot and then killed. Dr. Darling, are you skipping the DLCs? I know you wanted to finish this today. Yeah, I think I will, because I do have the other phases for its 15th anniversary, so I can always include them, because I definitely want to include them in some of those runs. But yeah, for this playthrough, I'll just stick to the 6 chapters.
So part of the backstory we are dealing with is about old gods of Asgard, of course. They, in a way, belong into the same continuation as Thomas Zane. I mean, we are talking about artists who, in a way, have come into contact with these dark forces and ended up affecting reality in one way or the other. Old gods of Asgard, of course, through their music. And music is a big part of story and storytelling of Alan Wake.
That's the great thing too about having different kinds of storytelling, because even songs with lyrics is telling a story. And so with Odin and Thor being musicians, it means that paired with the power of the lake, they were able to bring their lyrics to literal life. And then you have Thomas Zane, who's a poet, and so he was able to bring his works to life. And so Alan is the same as well. And if someone was a painter, it'd be the same thing. If someone was a comic book artist and writer, it'd be the same thing as well, you know. But it makes me wonder, like, what if someone was like in construction or engineering? Because obviously those can involve blueprints, you know. So it's not just words that can actually be used with the power of the lake. It can also be visuals as well. And symbols and everything like that, they're a very quick way to get across something. When you see a certain symbol and you know what it means, you don't have to have the full amount of the word said to you so that you know what it means. You can just see a logo and you know what it means, a symbol and all that kind of stuff. And so even someone who would be like into symbols and imagery, they themselves could use the power of the dark presence and the lake to do things related to symbols, you know, and all that kind of stuff. Hey there, Kearney. Hope things are going well. How's things? Imagine being able to do that, though. But the thing is, there's a price that gets paid. With Odin and Thor, Odin sacrifices his eye, and they also go senile, and they've got all their own, you know, like problems due to their drinking as well. Thomas Zane gets trapped in the dark place, and he's trying to get out. And then Alan loses Alice to the dark place, and he's trying to get out because he sacrifices his freedom outside of the dark place to ensure that Alice can be out of it. And that's the sacrifice that Alan makes for that. The sacrifice that Thomas Zane made was he literally lost his wife, and he also sacrificed her heart, literally, because he thought that the way to defeat the dark presence that was using the body of Barbara was to cut out her heart. But it didn't actually, like, it had an effect, but it didn't actually do what he had hoped as well. And so you got all these different themes of gaining wisdom, but also having to sacrifice something to gain that wisdom. And that all ties back into, of course, like Norse mythology and Odin sacrificing himself to gain knowledge and all that kind of stuff as well.
No, you're not Barbara Yaga. I made a terrible mistake. I should have never written you back. You came back wrong. Your heart is filled with darkness. Put that knife away, Thomas. Put it down. Your heart is filled with darkness. I'll cut it out. And then I'll take you back to the depths you came from.
Thank you, Dr. Darling, for redeeming that as a Bane impression from this game. Thank you very, very much. Hi there, Rolo. Welcome on in. Hope things are going well. Hey there, Anmita. How's things, dude? Good to see you. I'm doing well, thank you. Things are going good, Anmita. Thank you very, very much for the 90 stream streak. Holy shit. That is amazing. Thank you very, very much. I hope things are going well in Meta. We're in Chapter 4 right now of Alan Wake Remastered. It's been good to replay with the video commentary, of the remastered version. Especially after having played Alan Wake 2, because there's things that Sam Lake says that hint at things that we eventually got. Anasune had to abandon 100% though because of online being part of the 100% checklist, which is kind of bullshit. Yeah, I don't blame you, Anasune. I would have done the same thing as well. I don't think that's something that, is necessary to add as a 100% checklist thing. Mita, good to hear. It's going well. You're getting ready for work. Then you'll have 9 days off in a row. Oh, that's really good. Glad to hear that you're doing well. That will be awesome to get 9 days off in a row in Mita. That would be cool.
I never get tired of this view. Very inspiring, isn't it?
Cauldron Lake spread below us. I could see Mirror Peak on the other side of the lake. I thought I could make out the spot where Diver's Isle had been when I arrived with Alice. Now there was nothing but waves.
It seems there's a storm coming. Funny, I don't recall there being a mention of that in the weather forecast. Well, no matter. This way. Follow me. Alan, what I'm telling you is good news. Right now we're in control. Every time you have a relapse, it gets more and more difficult to resurface from the dark depths of your imagination. Not surprising, considering your profession. Imagination is what you work with. After all your nightmares, this should come as an immense relief to you. If it doesn't, why is that? Because I'm lying? Or because you don't want to admit that you're not well? It's very natural for you to think of me as your enemy. It's part of the illness.
I let him talk.
After all,
Hartman
I'm the
obviously
one
loved his
trying to
own
bring you
voice.
out of the
His
world
words
you've
echoed
constructed
madly
for
inside
yourself.
my head.
But I
I
can't
dug my
do
nails
it
into
by
the palms of my
myself.
hands to stay
You need
focused.
to work with me. Once you accept that, we can begin the journey towards your recovery.
The only thing that I remember having problems with Anasune and Rolo with Black Flag was when I first played the game, it had been out for a while. So when I played it and was trying to get all the social chests to appear, I think only one or two out of the three that you need would actually appear. And it was so frustrating because I got to 99%. And then when I was working on those and couldn't get it to trigger, I was like, oh, well, I guess I just have to accept that I can't do 100%. But a funny thing happened years afterwards when I was just doing a playthrough, and I didn't plan to get 100%, but when I was just out of curiosity checking the Abstergo challenges, I looked and saw that I had 3 of the social chests, and I was like, what? What? And then I turned that playthrough into getting 100%. So I really fluked it. But one of the islands that they say you go to, I didn't realize this until I was doing it, but they actually changed the configuration. Like, you can go to the same small island in that game and have a certain configuration of enemies and things in the environment, and then you can go there again, and that's not there. So that was kind of weird. Rolo Wake, thank you very, very much for the follow.
Come along. Let's go inside. Here's the entrance to the office wing. That's for staff only. You were impressed by my trophies when you first arrived here. I do love to hunt. The great outdoors, man versus nature. It's wonderful stuff.
Pretty damn wonderful, yeah.
Scary, scary, scary.
Emerson.
I'm a real bad dream, mister. You should be afraid of me. Don't want to run into me in the night, that's for sure.
Please, Emerson. Mr. Wake is confused enough as it is.
Yeah, you'd like me to go away so you won't be scared. But you can't just decide what kind of dream you have or when you have it.
Emerson.
Okay. Sorry. Boo.
That's Emerson. We're actually making some progress with him, I'm happy to say. He works on video games.
Ooh, yeah.
It's trash, of course, but it does involve some small creative effort, which makes him receptive to my therapeutic methods.
No kidding.
Yeah, Rolo, it's so weird, you know, like at a certain point you just think they should patch it so that it automatically just unlocks for you, stuff like that.
Alan, please, this way.
Rolo, you hope the remake coming out in March will be good. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what it'll be like. I'm very sort of like skeptical though, given how Ubisoft do their games now. I don't think doing them the way that they do them for the RPG games is going to be good. But you never know. Miracles might happen. Yeah, and me too. This guy's so funny. Emerson's one of my favorite patients that you see here at the lodge. There's a funny speech he has later when you come back this way. Thank you for being in chat and chatting for a bit, Spectrum. I really hope you have a good rest. Catch you next time. Yeah, Roller, this guy, Everson, is so funny. You can go up to his room and you can see the Night Springs video game, game, and what was originally an Xbox console, but because this game, the remaster, was multi-platform, it meant that in the PlayStation version, it's just a generic-looking console. Then there's like a poster for Remedy's game called Death Rally, one of their early games as well.
Oh, hello. I've painted you.
Okay.
I was just struck by inspiration a couple of days ago. Dr. Hartman wanted me to paint landscapes, and that's what I was doing. But now I've been doing these things, a lot of them. The images just keep coming. Dr. Hartman likes them. He has them in his office.
Yeah?
He's very proud of me. He says I'm getting much better. I think I'm getting better. Well, I guess I'd better start wrapping this up. The storm is almost here. Look at that. I'd hate to be out there tonight.
This is a character that you might glimpse from a distance, but it's totally understandable if he gets missed as a character to go in and speak to as well. Unless you're going for all collectibles, because I think there was something out here, or maybe I'm misremembering. But it just is one of those examples where when you explore, you might find a character that you didn't know was there, or you might have just thought they were just background, you know. Rolo, thank you very, very much for the subscription. I appreciate that. Thank you for using your Prime for that as well. Thank you very much. That's right, Rolo. Yeah, that's his room. Yeah, you can even see like a whiteboard where he's been plotting out some video game stuff.
Now, you might have noticed the typewriter in your room. You've been writing as a part of the therapy. As soon as you feel up to it, you should continue.
My rheumatism's killing me. There's a storm coming. Oh, what a storm.
I hope it wipes this place off the face of the earth.
And these two are the Anderson brothers, Odin and Thor. They had how should I put this? A heavy metal band in the 70s and 80s called Old Gods of Asgard. They even adopted new first names to complete the image of Viking gods. After the band broke up, they lived on a farm nearby. They are, well, in advanced stages of dementia. They're well cared for, TLC and all that. There's nothing more that can be done. I'm afraid that the rock and roll lifestyle has left its mark. Oh, that won't do. I'm so sorry to cut this short for now, Alan. The power has been acting up. I'd better go check on it. We'll continue this soon. Meanwhile, when you feel up to it, return to your room and try to write. It really is for the best. Don't you think?
I'd like to bash his head in with a hammer.
Oh, he'd love to fish out our secrets, but he has no clue. He's not crazy enough. Not crazy like us, Sonny.
Yeah!
Being crazy's a requirement, Sonny. Who else could understand the world when it's like this? It takes crazy to know crazy.
That's the sanest thing I've heard in a while.
Say, you're all right, Tom. Hey, we like him, don't we, bro? He's got to go to the farm.
The Anderson Farm. Valhalla!
We wrote it all down, lest we forget. A crash course. All you need to know to get your head right. You need to find the message.
Here, Sonny, here's something for you. Gave me a rash, but I kept it safe from these bastards.
My head was clearing up, or according to Hartman, I was sinking back into the fantasy. I was convinced he was lying to me about everything. Crazy or not, the Andersons made more sense.
In Mita, you finished Death Stranding yesterday. Such a great game, except for a very boring part at the end that you couldn't skip. Now you have 3 more achievements to get for Platinum. GG's, dude, on playing through that game. And hopefully the 3 more achievements that you need won't be like, too annoying. But that sounds annoying too. Like, it almost seems like a troll move by Hideo Kojima, where it's just like, how about we put a very boring part at the end that can't be skipped? That'll be fun, right? That's it. That's it in Mita. Yep. Odin and Thor. Yep. Oh yeah, these characters are so good. And what's cool is that in real life, the band Poets of the Fall, who have collaborated with Remedy on a lot of their games, some of their music is in the game, but they also made music as the band, the Old Gods of Asgard, which Odin and Thor were actually a member of. So it's really cool how they blend that kind of thing, where they take the real band and then the real band does their own songs, but then they do songs as the characters of Old Gods of Asgard, so it's a great combination that Remedy does a lot too, as well. Roller, you love that band. Yeah. Like, I was so glad that I got introduced to them through Alan Wake, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing what they've done for Control Resonant as well. Given what I know so far of Control 2 from what we've seen, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a lot more kind of like really heavy kind of metal kind of stuff. I can just imagine Jesse Faden going around with that big giant hammer smashing shit to like some very, very heavy metal. In Mita, yeah, you were like, come on, why ruin the game at the end? After that part, there are some really good cutscenes that have an amazing acting. Yeah, it makes you wonder though too. It's like it can backfire. Like it might be a fun meme thing to do, but then it could backfire and be just so annoying that it shouldn't have been put in there. And if they wanted to, put it in as like an after credits thing, not put it in as something before all that. You don't have to stay behind and listen to Odin and Thor's dialogue, but since I brought it up earlier, I'll just show an example of staying behind can often give you a lot more insight into characters than if you were to just take the basic stuff and then just go as well. Which there's nothing wrong with, by the way, but I'm just saying if you like to explore things further and do deep dives with games, this one has a lot to offer.
Tom, you got any booze on you?
Yeah, no. Sorry,
We have a
guys.
stash of the special stuff at the farm. Our own formula. Local ingredients. Medicine clears your head right up. Makes you remember like moonbeams on the brain. Oh, I just noticed. Leather patches on the elbows? That's not very rock and roll. Tom just lost is all. Baba Yaga got to him too, the damn witch. She used us all. Taken from all of us. Took my thunder, the witch. And my ravens. What were they? Memory and thought, the hag. She took something from you too, didn't she? That's what she does. We're better off. This place, the lake, it gives you power. If you're a creator, an artist, a god. Nightmare shifted in their sleep in the darkness of the lake. Yeah, that's the one. She makes sure it comes out twisted and wrong. Just ask the lamp lady. She knows what happened to that other rider. She's been using you, boy, and you let her. You went and opened the door for her, didn't you? Now, it was already open a crack. And whose fault is that? We're morally corrupt, disease-ridden, old and stupid. Doesn't mean he had to open it all the way, goddammit. So tired. Built the farm close to the lake, a place of power. We had parties there, man. You should go there and have a party. That Bob Balder threw the amp through the window. Hit that hippie chick in the back of the head. 15 stitches and a concussion. Bob's dead now. Leukemia. Stitches, snitches, and narcs, man. Bad scene. I am tired, man. So tired. I want to go home.
So if you hang back, you get some more insights into what they went through, and you also get a bit more information about Thomas Zane when they refer to Cynthia Weaver and say, well, the lamp lady is Cynthia's sort of like name that they've given her, the lamp lady, because she was in love with Thomas Zane, and so there's that connection that gets mentioned there as well. She knows what happened to that other writer, and the whole thing about, whose fault was it that the door was opened, and then Tor is like, he didn't have to open it all the way, god damn it, So it's like a series of events. It's like echoes as well of one thing that happens to one or two characters then happens again in a different time from then, forward in the future. So for these guys, it was the 1970s when all this trouble with the Dark Presence and everything was happening. And now that it's Alan here I think, 13 years between Alan Wake 1 and 2. So this game is set in the same year it came out, which was 2010. And so you have Alan coming to Bright Falls in 2010 with Alice, and the Dark Presence sensed that there was someone else who had arrived in Bright Falls that could potentially be used by it to make it stronger and write it into reality as well. So that whole thing that they were talking about with opening the door just ajar is saying what they had done and what influence the Dark Presence was able to put into them and control them to an extent. But they were able to ultimately get free of the complete grasp of the Dark Presence, but just enough to still be tainted by it all these years later. And that's something about the Taken. They've been completely taken over, and there's no way to save them. Whereas people who are just used by the Dark Presence as puppets to do the Dark Presence's bidding, but it doesn't want to completely take them over, those people for the rest of their lives will still be affected by that process as well. Rolo, Late Goodbye in Max Payne 1 was the first time you heard them. That's really cool. I really do need to go back and play Max Payne 1 because I had it on PS2 back in the day, and I never finished it, and then I never played Max Payne 2 or 3 at all. So I definitely want to at least replay Max Payne 1 and finish it this time. But yeah, I didn't actually know that they were also in Max Payne 1. That's really, really cool. Your first game on Steam was Alan Wake. That's why you made your username this. Kind of stuck. Oh, very nice, Rolo. Yeah, that's really cool. This game was the first game I actually streamed back in 2016 when I became a Twitch streamer. And the other game that I did streams of with it was Dead Rising. And so I made it a tradition for Alan Wake that at the start of a new year, it's either my first streamed game of the year for the actual 1st of January, or if I'm going to stream a game in January, if I don't have the time to stream until maybe the 6th of January or something, I still make sure this is the game that kicks things off. But this year, I was able to start this playthrough on the 1st of January. In Meets of the game basically takes you to a place that you cannot escape from, and if you go in one direction, the game will take you back. You have to find the right direction and listen to some dialogue that cannot be skipped while the credits also roll. The dialogue is basically just lore, which is important but boring at the same time. You have to do that a few times, go in one direction, listen to some lore, walk around again until you find the next dialogue part and so on. Damn. That really does sound annoying. Like, that sounds like they may as well have just made all that dialogue happen in a block. that feels really long and drawn out. I don't blame you for feeling the way you do about it. Well, a very cool tradition. Yeah, it's so funny too as well because playing Dead Rising 1, I really do like that game a lot, but there's just something about Alan Wake that made me put it as the one that I do the tradition with. Whereas with Dead Rising, I've only played that every so often on the channel. Dr. Darling, Dead Rising, hello, you still there? Don't fall behind. Come on. I need to do more phases for Dead Rising 2 as well, Dr. Darling, for its 15th anniversary. Yeah, and me too, so I don't blame you for feeling that way. It's they may as well just make it a big block of dialogue and have some kind of imagery happening while it's going on.
I'm a bad dream, and you can't wake up. You can't hurt a nightmare because all dreams are only imagination. They're only in your head, and they're not there when you wake up. So you can't wake up because I'm in charge now, and I don't want to disappear. My nightmare is the publisher people who want to make a contribution so they can say they made a contribution. And then we end up with mullets in there because they think mullets are funny, but it wasn't supposed to be about mullets, and now it's about mullets. And when it's in slow motion, they call it mullet time because the numbers came back from marketing that mullet time is the hook we needed to go big in the target demographic. And they're not even kidding. They say it all like serial killers with straight faces and smiles. My nightmare is the writers who want to make everything from the characters to the toasters talk all the time and express their feelings so they won't shut up. And the writers won't shut up either because they have feelings too. And I have to listen to them because they're not scared of me. And everyone should just shut up. Shut up. Shut up. but I don't see nightmares anymore because I'm too scary for them. I take 2 pills every morning and 1 with every meal and 4 when I go to bed. And that makes me the scariest nightmare of all.
I love that whole reference to Max Payne and bullet time. Hey there, Vegas. If you had to pick, you had to choose in a death match between Red Hood and Nightwing, who you got? You already have your pick. Let's see if you choose the same. One of the two is your absolute top 3 favorite DC characters of all time. Who you got? Well, that's a tough one because I'm not really versed in both of those characters in a deep enough level to be able to actually sort of like pit them together and figure that out. I mean, because Nightwing follows in Batman's kind of like way of doing things where he doesn't want to kill, whereas Red Hood does, I think that would probably make Red Hood a bit more vicious and not caring about if he kills Nightwing and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, I'd probably say Red Hood. Rolo, Max Payne was your favorite games. Maybe wait for the remakes of 1 and 2, also coming out this year. That is cool, because with Rockstar owning the rights now, it's cool that Remedy were brought in by Rockstar to collaborate on the remakes of Max Payne 1 and 2. Dr. Darling, you just remembered you changed the server logo too. I sure did, Dr. Darling, yep. Yep, got all that changed to the new logo. Vegas, good answer. Red Hood all the way. You knew you liked you for a reason, Ron. Yeah, I mean, like, I know a little bit about each one, but it just made sense to me when I thought about it, about the fact that if one character is willing to kill, it gives them a bit of an edge because they don't care about the other person enough to want them to live. So if it came down to it and he had to kill, he most likely would.
Hey, Wake, why don't you humor Dr. Hartman and give the writing a shot, huh? Typewriter's in your room. You can get to your room by those stairs, Wake.
Something's wrong. I'm not myself. It's hard to think that there's a shadow inside my head. I can only focus on writing. Everything else is a blur. I'm trapped in this cabin. Have been for days, but it's always dark outside. My editor is real. I saw her again. She's not human. It's not human. A dark presence is wearing the old woman's face. She was covered in clinging shadows. There's a hole in her chest where her heart should be. I think I've made a horrible mistake. I don't think I'm any closer to saving Alice. It's been lying to me, using me to get the story it wants, and the story will come true.
I wish I could have fit the whole kind of like head movement that he does in that emote, but there's a limitation for how many frames your animated emotes can have. But that's still one of my favorite ones, with Alan's face in close-up, moving up into frame.
Hartman wanted me to write. I knew I couldn't, but I figured I should just play along for now. It was the only thing I could do with Nurse Birch watching me like a hawk.
Thanks, Rolo. Glad that you enjoyed the emote. It'd be cool if they actually, I've always thought, and I can understand why they might not have, but I always thought that increasing the actual size of the emote as it appears in chat naturally would have been a good idea. But I guess their answer to that was the enlarging the emote with the power up kind of thing, which, I mean, I definitely appreciate when people do that.
Hartman had mentioned that the power had been acting up. Maybe that was the reason for the generator and the work light on the balcony.
At the same time, it'd be cool to have the emotes by default be slightly larger than what they are by default. And here we have Emerson's room. The Night Springs, the video game poster with the Remedy name and logo. Then we have the actual game itself, and we have the console. In the original version, the console's clearly an Xbox 360, and if you looked at the game case, it was clearly an Xbox 360 game case. But when Remedy got the full rights to the series off of Microsoft, it then meant that for the remaster, they could actually release it on PlayStation as well. And so that's why they changed it. Then you have the poster for Remedy's actual first game that they did, Death Rally. And then on the board here, you see some of Emerson's plotting that he's been doing for a potential video game. But of course, as we see here, the bottom right of this image, we see someone who we can't necessarily see the flashlight, but there's lines that are going off up and down on an angle that signify a beam of light. And then you have an enemy who's in shadow behind the tree. Which of course is what we deal with as Alan in this game. Yeah, Rolo, it is really a cool room. Yeah, I like when they do these kinds of things. They add these touches. I don't know what those are. They look like some kind of candy.
The white glare of the blank page in front of me hurt my eyes. My hands began to shake uncontrollably.
Everybody, calm down. Put that down. Bert, I need help.
Hey, Wake, you stay here. I'm gonna go see what's up. You just keep doing what you're doing. Be cool, okay?
I didn't know what the chaos was all about, but it could be my only chance of getting out of here.
Where the hell did he get a damn hammer?
I don't know.
Here's a friendly poke from Mjolnir, wench. Oh, afraid of the crazy brothers, are ya? Not so weak now, are we? Well, things are unraveling fast, aren't they? Ha ha! Nah! Ah, ha ha! It's my store. I'm taking it.
Sinclair looked bad. That wasn't a love tap. The crazy old fart hit her hard. And if she was one of Hartman's goons, she had it coming. I could get the key to the office from Sinclair. I had to get to Hartman's office. He had taken all my manuscript pages. That's where he'd been keeping them.
Come out and face the music, Birch. It's time to pay the piper.
The photo on the wall caught my attention. In it, the clinic staff was standing outside the lodge. I knew the man next to Hartman. He was the kidnapper. Hartman had been playing me all along.
I guess an Alan Wake movie would be cool if done correctly. While it's not a movie, there actually is a series in development for Alan Wake as well as Control. But come to think of it, I don't think they've released any new information about where they are along in that process. But it would definitely be fitting, and if they are doing it and it gets done, I would love if one of those episodes, like, there's probably heaps of series that do this, but a series that I watched as a kid growing up was Hercules and Xena. And there was an episode where it wasn't Hercules and Xena, it was the actors who played them, and the actor who played Hercules in that series was Kevin Sorbo, and in one of the episodes, Kevin Sorbo goes missing. And so they have to track down where he's gone, you know. So that's what the whole episode is about. It's a meta episode. Well, with Alan Wake, if they did a series and it got actually made, because, you know, these things can get cancelled and whatnot, but it would be funny if one of the episodes was a literal full-on Night Springs episode from start to finish. I think that'd be a great touch to do. Dr. Darling, you are forgetting Bright Falls. Bright Falls? Oh yeah, the live-action series that they did. Yeah. Well, technically they've done that, but that was like a YouTube mini-series. And so this one in development is actually a full-on series, like you know, Breaking Bad or something, where you have like, you know, seasons and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, Vegas. I hope they're going to reveal some more information about it. They might even do that with the sequel of Control coming out. Hey there, nah, bro. Welcome. Hercules and Xena was awesome. Absolutely, dude. I always looked forward to seeing both of those shows because they had them back to back. They put Xena on a little bit later because the Xena show was a bit more risque with some of the stuff that they were doing. Um, but yeah, those series, like, there were a lot of copycats that came out after that. One of which I actually really liked as a kid was a Sinbad series that was kind of like in the same vein as Hercules and Xena as well. There's even a little touch of Hercules and Xena aesthetic in the Mortal Kombat Conquest series that they did too, especially the scenes where they're walking through like whatever the little village was and all that kind of stuff. But those two series in particular were so good, and I would like to actually play and stream the Hercules and Xena games at some point. Vegas, so Rod, so got to tell you, bro, you watched that animated Splinter Cell cartoon on Netflix and you figured it was going to suck, but dude, it was really good. Fisher is so badass in it. He's like 70 years old in it and retired, living the quiet life on a farm in the middle of nowhere until they disrupt his peace. It's so good, man. You got to watch it. Well, that's great that you enjoyed that, Vegas. I saw the trailer for it, and the actor that they got for Sam, Liev Schreiber, I think he sounded really good as Sam. Um, because unlike with, and personally, I don't have anything against Eric Johnson, who played Sam Fisher in Splinter Cell Blacklist. My only constructive criticism was that, and this isn't always in control of the actor, but whoever the director of the you know, performance capture and all that is, but I think if he did his voice a bit older, like if he had a bit more gruffness maybe or something like that, then that would have been very fitting for Sam. So with Liev being cast as Sam in that animated series, the fact that he does have that much older sounding voice does justice, I think, to that aesthetic that Sam Fisher has. Now, bro, did you ever watch the animated Hercules and Xena movie? Same actors. Oh, dude, I never did actually. That was something that I never saw. Dr. Darling, you figured out why Sam doesn't age. Cassandra gave him the staff of Hermes. Plot twist. Vegas, his voice was fantastic as Fisher. He sounded so good. You think the guy that made the Wick movies made it? Oh, yeah. Actually, come to think of it, they're doing a remake of Highlander, and the director of the John Wick movies is doing that, and Henry Cavill is playing Connor, and Dave Bautista is playing the Kurgan in that.
The markings on the tape said they were recordings Hartman had made of the sessions with his patients. I saw Alice's name on one of them. For a moment, I couldn't breathe right.
Now, Mrs. Wake, can you tell me about Alan's problems?
He's more and more out of control all the time. The parties, he's so angry all the time. He's getting violent.
Do you mean with you?
No, not with me. No, never. Sometimes I almost wish Alan would take a swing at me, because at least that'd lead to a conversation he couldn't just march out of. But no. Alan doesn't really sleep. And the work, well, he's not writing at all. He sits there for hours and just gets more and more frustrated. And I can't
would you say to him if he'd listen?
I don't know. I want to say, I look at you, and it's not you. Just some stranger who resembles you. Looking out from behind your eyes, and I don't like that guy much. And now it's all gonna go to hell.
But you don't ever say this.
No. I've tried, but he's not listening. He's too deep in his own problems, always going on about something else. I'm so afraid I'm gonna lose him, and we're not even talking anymore. He doesn't let me in anymore. He just keeps me in the dark. I'm so alone here, even when he's home. Please help me, Doctor, because I'm at my wit's end.
Well, if you can just get him here, I'll absolutely do my very best.
Yeah, but Doctor, you need to be careful with him. He's not just going to listen to you and cooperate. He's the most stubborn man I've ever met.
Well, I'll be sure to bear that in mind.
Hearing her voice, what she was saying made me happy and sick and guilty all at once. Worst of all, I recognized the words. The phone call from her. It had been a cut-up of this. Just a recording.
Hello there, Octavius. Welcome on in. I hope things are going well.
Rudolph Lane's case is interesting. He was completely blocked, and frankly, I was about to discard him as useless. However, once Wake arrived and started writing, something changed in Rudolph. He's producing extraordinary work, increasingly dark pieces. Unfortunately, he doesn't respond to direction at all, and it's my belief that he's not so much a creator as an illustrator, perhaps, a recorder of sorts. I hadn't considered the existence of such a role before, let alone its implications, but the paintings he has produced are informative. At least he's easily controlled and useful. I wish I could say the same about Wake. It's frustrating that the best subjects are always so damn difficult to deal with.
Not buying that. I was tailing Wheeler, and this is the only place he could have gone. That means Wake is probably there too.
Agent Nightingale, this is private property, and I will not allow you to disturb my patients.
Yeah? I can get a warrant. How would your fragile little patients like that?
Oh, I'm thoroughly intimidated by your mighty authority now, Agent.
Listen, you smug snob. How would you like it if I busted through this gate and knocked you around a little?
Agent Nightingale, first of all, I'm recording this conversation, so you might want to watch what you say. Secondly, you're not dealing with a hick now. I know the law, and if you can get a judge to grant a warrant, I'll be glad to cooperate. But you won't get one. Be advised that any further communications with me are to be made through my lawyer.
I don't believe this.
Good day, Agent.
Yeah.
In the Alan Wake Files book, there's actually interviews that are done with key characters from this, and one of the characters that gets interviewed, is Agent Nightingale, who is there on that recording, that third message that you can trigger on that, and you actually get to read the full exchange that we just heard between Nightingale and Hartman. Vegas, the first Highlander was so good. Clancy Brown was the most vicious villain. He was truly sadistic and brutal. You have a hard time watching that movie, though, because of how sad it is when his wife ages and dies in front of him, and he can do nothing about it, as he stays youthful because he is immortal. When she died and the Queen song plays, it's a bit too much too much for you to watch again because you have lost so many loved ones in real life. It truly is an amazing movie, though. Sorry to hear about that, Vegas. It's just goes to show how powerful music can be, and also movies and stuff, that when there's a lot of tragedy that you've experienced, like I could definitely understand that it would cause a lot of revisiting of traumas and stuff as well. You're right, though, it is definitely a really good movie, and the interesting thing about it is that it kind of does what Alien did, what Predator did, and what the Thing did, where it took a B-grade concept, even the Terminator as well, took a B-grade concept, but it treated it like an A-grade quality project. And I feel like that kind of happened with Highlander, which is ironic because initially when it came out, apparently it wasn't as well received as it did when it was released on VHS, you know. Um, but yeah, Clancy Brown, like when I think of great 80s movie villains, the Kurgan is definitely up there as well, because he really shows you what an immortal who absolutely gives no shit about anyone else could potentially be like, you know. Um, and that whole thing with Connor seeing his wife die in front of his eyes, she ages and dies, and he stays the same. It's definitely a very powerful moment as well, and it also goes to show that that would be one of the things that you would have to experience. Like, as much as it might be great, the idea of living forever, there's people in your life that eventually, even if they live to an old age, because you don't age and they will ultimately, you know, pass away, it means that there will definitely be a lot of grief that you would experience as well. Vegas, yeah, some cinema really hits hard. That being said, man, it was so good, brilliant movie. It really is, you know, like, there's definitely still a layer of, like, B-grade cheesiness to it and all that kind of stuff. But I really feel that because it was structured in a way where it's like, yeah, you know, there's this gathering that takes place, all these immortals will fight each other until there's one left, and the one that actually survives will be granted the prize, which turns out to be being mortal again, but with extreme levels of knowledge and all that kind of stuff. And they kind of painted themselves into a corner as well, and that's where we get to like the sequels, where they mess things up. I know there's different edits of Highlander 2, but no matter how you slice it, the way that they try to explain the backstory of the Immortals, in one version, the original version, it's aliens from another planet. In another version, it's not aliens from another planet, it's people in the, I think it's people in the future, the far future, who can travel back in time or something. It's just like, either way, it just doesn't work. There's things in it that I like, but overall it's a massive mess. Oh yeah, Rolo, that's no worries at all. Thank you so much for being here and chatting for a bit. Thank you for the follow, and also thank you for subscribing with your Prime too. I really hope you have a good one. Vegas, that part when he killed Sean Connery on top of that old broken castle staircase was wild. He took his head clean off. He can't remember if Sean Connery lost the fight or if he sacrificed himself and let Clancy kill him. It's been a while since you saw it last. Yeah, no, he keeps on fighting, but he gets overpowered essentially by the Kurgan, and then yeah, cuts his head off. But he dies trying to protect Heather as well, but you know, unfortunately, the Kurgan, to put it in a, you know, in a more sort of like low key way, he takes advantage of her, unfortunately, and then later in the movie, when he realizes that it was actually Connor's wife and not Ramirez, you know, he kind of uses it as a way to taunt Connor as well. Oh, thank you, Rolo. Hope you have a good rest of your day or night, whichever the case may be. Oh yeah, Vegas, Highlander 3. Yeah. It's kind of a cop-out, right? Oh, there were a few immortals that were trapped in a cave, so therefore it means that Connor didn't really win the prize from the Kurgan in the first movie. What actually happened was there's more immortals to kill, so he has to kill more. You know, it's like... it's just, it tries to use a level of logic to explain away why it's a follow-up to Highlander 1, while still trying to make it follow the same structure as Highlander 1 as well. I will say, though, it was interesting to have an immortal who actually knows how to use magic as well. But I've always felt that the best way to do more Highlander movies would have been to completely focus on Connor's journey after his first wife dies, which obviously Highlander 3 does a little bit of. but actually focus on that more strongly. And you could even have him visit Japan, for example, and he actually meets someone who was, former friends with Ramirez, but because Ramirez won over the love of his life from his perspective, there was animosity between them, you know. And so Connor comes into contact with him, and while he's not immortal, he wishes that he was the one that killed Ramirez. That's just like a spitballing thing. But, I mean, it would have been interesting to see Connor travel to different parts of the world in different time periods. Vegas, did it say how old he was in Highlander? You can't remember. Oh, yeah, I don't really know, to be honest, Vegas.
Let me out of here! Hartman, do you hear me? I'm gonna chew your crazy quack ass to shreds! Seriously! Do you have any idea how much trouble you're in? I am famous. I represent a celebrity. They'll be looking for me. Oh, that's how you want to play it? Is that how you want to play it? Really? Okay, that's how we'll play it. It'll be hardball. All the way, jerk. Seriously, man, I'm willing to forget the whole thing if you let me out now. Just let me out! Hey, you think I can't hear you out there? I hear you just fine. What, is this how you get your kicks, Hartman? I knew you were weird. You got that weird guy look. If you're one of those nurses, I'll double what he's paying you, okay? Do you have any idea how much I make as an agent of a best-selling writer? A lot. Is a personal check good?
Barry?
Ow! About time!
Barry, man, am I glad to see you. We need to get to Hartman's office.
It's right next door.
You okay?
Yeah. I mean, no! The cops found me at Rose's trailer, but they didn't hassle me too much. I'm obviously a victim in this, and I demanded to be treated as such. Or else I'd sue their asses. Speaking of asses, that Fed gave me a real hard time, but I had no clue where you were. That guy's crazy, Al. But he let me go, and then I get a call from Hartman, that son of a bitch, who tells me you're here, and I should come pick you up, but when I got here, 2 goons clobbered me and stuck me in there.
What's with the cutout?
I stole it from the diner to piss off Rose after what she did to us. That'll teach her.
Yeah, that's a harsh punishment. Come on, pal, we gotta get going.
Vegas just looked it up. It says in the first Highlander movie he was supposed to be around 400 years old. Ah, there we go. Now imagine that. Like, we have people in real life who, have lived to 100 years old or higher. Now imagine how much of a change in things you would see in that many years alone. But then think about if you lived to like 400, like day to day, month to month, week to week, year to year, like holy shit, all the different things that you would see. Vegas says he was born in 1518. Ah, well, there we go. Yeah. I mean, I still think there was potential to do other things. Like, I know there was a Highlander video game, but it would have been interesting to do a Highlander video game where we played as perhaps Ramirez when he was before he became immortal, and then afterwards. I mean, obviously, they wouldn't be able to get Sean Connery's likeness. So they'd have to recast someone. But yeah.
These were all the pages I had on me. And more.
them, please. You're sliding back into the...
Tell me one more lie and I'll shoot you in the face.
Ah, well, it was worth a shot. Really, Wake, come on. Let's work together on this. You have no idea...
Hartman, shut up! Barry, get out of here. I'll catch up with you. Get a car.
Oh, Al, let's just...
Go!
Wake, listen to me. This is a mistake. Don't you see? Together we can create something absolutely wonderful. With your ability and mine.
The dark presence would be on me in a moment. I had to find a way out.
I'm leaving getting all the coffee thermoses in the remastered version for a future playthrough. Vegas, you could never fall in love or make close friends because of the pain it would bring you to see them die and know you would never die, and their existence would pump through your heart like a knife from the sorrow because you would never die. Their memories would haunt you. Now, there is an exception to that rule. If you were Clancy Brown's character, you don't think it would matter because he was an absolute madman and psychotic that had no emotion other than destruction. So he would feel no empathy for those that had passed from his past life because of how evil he was. You could just tell Clancy's character was consumed with gaining power and all about himself, so he would feel no sorrow for ones that had died from his past. Exactly, Vegas, and showing what someone who doesn't care about anything or anyone, if they had the power to stay alive, and for as long as a character like the Kurgan does, like, who knows what kinds of things they would inflict upon others without, any sort of remorse or pity or anything like that. So you're definitely right, Especially important is the warning to avoid conversations with the demon. We may ask what is relevant, but anything beyond that is dangerous. He is a liar. The demon is a liar. He will lie to confuse us, but he will also mix lies with the truth to attack us. The attack is psychological, Damien, and powerful. So don't listen to him. Remember that. Do not listen. Thank you, Dr. Darling, for redeeming that as an Arnie impression from The Exorcist. Thank you very much. Max von Sydow. He was such a great actor. Thanks for redeeming that, Dr. Darling.
I found the car, but the gate's locked. You're gonna have to go through the hedge maze over there.
Barry, I don't have a light.
Take this, Al! Oh, God! Look at the house, Al! Look out! Much of a maze! I made it through easy!
Vegas, the only one that you could maybe, and that's a strong maybe, is the one that trained Clancy how to fight and how to survive. His sensei, in essence. Maybe he had some type of diluted respect for his sensei master, and if he died, rather than that, nope, he was there for all their heads in the power. Maybe, maybe at least initially, but maybe then his desire for power and that first quickening he got could have been from his mentor, and that made him addicted to gaining the power through that, and so that's why he is wanting to track down all the Immortals most, he's probably the most focused on that mission and goal as well. But also, he would gleefully just kill anyone, so it's also about him getting the satisfaction of killing someone else. Vegas, you're correct. He very well could have killed his mentor. Yeah. I wonder if the remake is going to delve a bit into the Kurgan's backstory. If they do, though, I hope it's not too comprehensive, because you want to leave some things up to the person's imagination, but we'll see how it plays out, actually.
Oh, geez, Al! The house looks bad! Let's get out of here! Al, hurry up! I can hear those evil guys moving around! Al, be careful! I can see them moving around! They're coming for you!
Vegas, you're going to look it up if it mentions anything about his mentor. You just looked it up. It's right there in the detail about his sensei. Oh, yeah, absolutely, Vegas. I definitely don't mind knowing. That's for sure.
You get 2 pills in the morning, and then you'll be nice and calm all day long.
You get 2 pills in the morning, and then you'll be nice and calm all day long. I like how the Taken speak in this. They kind of keep that a little bit in Alan Wake 2, but in some ways it's more like gibberish that they do. But still very creepy.
You get 3 pills in the evening. And then you sleep like a baby. Dr. Hartman likes things to be yours. That way we don't have any trouble. And I don't have to punish anybody. We're all friends here. This is just
Something I wish they kept in the sequel with the flashlight is, in this game, you can still whittle away the darkness shell around the Taken without boosting the flashlight. You can just hold it and it'll start to get rid of it. But if you want to do it quicker, you obviously need to hold down the boost. Whereas in the sequel, when you shine your light onto an enemy, it doesn't do anything. It only does something when you actually press the button to essentially shoot. In this game, you have a bit of a fluctuation. So if you look in the top left-hand corner and the icon for the flashlight, if I was to hold it down, but then stop and wait a bit, as you can see, it's gradually refilling. And you can strategically use that refill time to reposition Alan, but maybe get a few little focuses of light on the enemy as you're moving around to reduce their shell a little bit, and then boost again. So it's this kind of stop-start that you can do in Alan Wake that you can't do in the sequel. So instead of like having the icon for the battery like for the flashlight like we see it, you have basically segments of the light icon. And so as soon as you press the button to boost, it uses one, and then you have to reload. So it's more like a weapon. Like it's more like you're shooting a weapon, like going boom, reload, like that. Except it's with the torch. So I wish in the sequel they actually made it that you could still shine the light on the enemy without boosting. It wouldn't do major reduction, but it would at least do some reduction. And so keeping that stop-start thing is definitely better. Hey there, bootleg. Stop-start is funny in this. Yeah, I mean, it can work against you sometimes because you might hold down the boost for too long, and then if you're especially trying to conserve the battery and all that kind of stuff. But I definitely prefer having a lot more control over the fluctuations between boosting and not boosting with the light. Vegas. Okay, so he was trained by an ancient Arabian immortal by the name of the Bedouin. The Kurgan, Clancy Brown, was taught swordsmanship, the rules of the game, and to kill without mercy by Bedouin. Bedouin believed that the Kurgan's strength would help him win the prize. It says the Kurgan was his most ruthless student, and after he learned everything he needed to learn from his mentor, he beheaded him. Wow, you call it, bro? Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Like, I hadn't actually looked up the backstory of the Kurgan and his mentor, so I didn't even, know that information, but I was sort of thinking, I had in my mind the whole thing with Palpatine in Star Wars, how he killed his own mentor. So I was kind of thinking along those lines when I was sort of guessing that that's similar to what happened with the Kurgan. But it's interesting though, like that would be something that would be interesting to explore in a video game, a Highlander video game. What a twist that would be, playing as the Kurgan. I mean, it'd be interesting, you're literally playing the whole game as an actual evil villain, Dr. Darling, he said the thing. The redacted, control, redacted, orange peel. A copy of a copy of a copy. Hey there, Pedersen. Welcome on in. Have you seen all Star Wars, Rod? Seen when Palpatine returns? You thought he was more powerful? Somehow, Palpatine returned. Yeah, Pedersen, I saw the Force Awakens, The Last Jedi, and Rise of Skywalker, and Rogue One, but I never saw the Han Solo movie, and I haven't seen any of the series. But yeah, that whole thing too. Like I know in the original expanded universe there was clones of him and stuff. But yeah, it's pretty lazy the way that they did it in the actual Star Wars movies that we got that revealed him to come back. Vegas, how cool would it be if they made a movie or series about the Kurgan and how he became and all of his training leading up to the point where he beheaded his mentor and then end the movie or series and leave it open for a sequel or season 2? Exactly, you know, it'd be a great way to explore that side of being immortal that the Kurgan represents, where it's the uncaring about anyone or anything and using the fact that he's immortal to all the different whims and the different ways that he can utilize it. Pedersen killed by his granddaughter, right? Solo was shit. Yeah, yeah, the whole granddaughter thing with Rey as well. I don't know. I think that the problem is, right, and this is partly because of trying to adhere completely to how the original trilogy was structured. One of the problems is they try to follow those sorts of structures where I feel like diverging from that would have been more interesting. So I'm one of the people who would have liked to see Rey actually become the villain by the end of the third new movie. I think it would be an interesting kind of twist. It would leave the whole thing on a cliffhanger similar to what Empire Strikes Back had, where there's a lot of uncertainty about the future of the characters. And so in that way, you could then end on a very sort of like negative note. But of course, they wanted to be more formulaic and adherence to the original trilogy and matching Vader's redemption. So they wanted to have Rey fall in love with Kylo Ren and all that kind of stuff. And we got what we got. But out of all those movies, I would say that I think the strongest one was Rogue One. If I had to isolate the 3 sequel movies, I would say The Force Awakens is probably the best out of the 3 because at least there was still potential before the 2 sequels that followed to actually do something really, really inventive and different. While they did do some different stuff, I feel like there's a way that they could have done it where it was more sort of like unsure about the fate of people. But yeah, that Han Solo movie, like, the events that happen in it, like, if they're cool events, but the movie itself is shit, then I've dodged a bullet then. Because, you know, any cool story stuff, just knowing it is enough for me. I don't have to see the whole movie to really know as well, but Bootleg Rise, the plot holes. Nice one. That's a good one to call it. Vegas, you hated the Star Wars sequels. That's fair, Vegas, as well. I don't blame you. I'm not as strong of an opponent to those sequels. I now kind of just view them as, you know, they're just movies I don't, you know, have an interest to watch again. But it felt like they ran out of ideas. Yeah, like, and it's the problem with a sequel too, when you've got a story that's solid enough. So you look at the end of Return of the Jedi, and it's the happy ending, you know. Anakin is redeemed. He's able to join the Force Ghosts of Yoda and Obi-Wan Kenobi, and he's been restored to his former self before he fell down the dark path of the dark side, you know. So it wraps up everything neatly. Obviously the novels and expanded universe, other stuff across other mediums that came out later that was set afterwards, obviously had to create new conflicts and all that kind of stuff. But that's where the trick starts to happen, where it's like, how do you avoid just repeating the same things over and over again, but just do it slightly differently? And when you look at the sequel trilogy, sure, the First Order is not called the Empire, but they are the Empire essentially. Like the way that what they do, how they function, it's literally the Empire still. Like I know in the expanded universe there was remnants of the Empire that was still around, and the actual movies that we got do play into that a little bit, of course, with the formation of the First Order. But unless you're really doing something different, and here's where what they did with Force Awakens was interesting. Having a character like Finn, who was a stormtrooper, but then refused to actually take part in the killing that he and the other stormtroopers were ordered to do, that was a very interesting kind of angle, and I felt they could have explored that more. Like imagine in the next one after Force Awakens, if there was a friend that Finn had that completely went the opposite direction he did, and he finds out afterwards that his friend is responsible for the killing of so many innocent people. And having a character like Finn who almost went down that path, actually seeing someone that he knew well and seeing them like that, and really giving a good example of what not to do, I think that would have been an interesting element. So there were some things that The Force Awakens set up that I think they could have done well with in sequels. But then you get into the trap of having to try and make things like the other movies had done it as well. To a certain extent, that's unavoidable. You have to create some conflict. There has to be some enemy faction. But I think it probably would have been better if they lent into the idea where there were remnants of the Empire still around. They hadn't formed officially back into another group or whatnot. But you could tell how they had to turn to criminal underworld organizations and all this kind of stuff and things like that. Pedersen, the clone soldiers, you believe, became the stormtroopers later, right? That's true, Pedersen, yeah. Yeah, apparently the initial batch of stormtroopers were actually the clones until they got to the point where they phased out using the clones for that purpose. And then they just allowed anyone to train to join and become a stormtrooper.
Ow! You're alive!
Let's get out of here. Can you open this gate?
Maybe.
Barry.
Well, I slammed it shut when the nasty showed up, and the key fits kind of loose in the lock, so,
Barry!
I'll find it! Don't worry about it!
Hurry up, Barry!
I'm on it! I'm on it! It's gotta be here! Just hang on, Al! Oh, hey! I found a quarter! I found it! I found it! Ah, no, wait, that's a twig.
Hey there, Godfather Al. Happy 2026 to you. I really hope you have a great year. 2026 Breakout Streamer of the Year. And this year is actually my 10th year as a streamer.
Al, we gotta go! Get in the car! Al, please tell me me we're headed for the nearest "You're now leaving Bright Falls. Come back soon" sign.
We're going to the Anderson farm.
I knew you were gonna say something like that. You know what? You owe me big time for this. When this is through, if we make it, I don't care what anybody says, I'm done with darkness. You're gonna buy me a tanning bed as a gift, and I'm gonna live in it.
Okay, so as it segues into the next cutscene, Pedersen, they were created on that water planet in the second movie, or was it the first? Oh yeah, the second movie when Obi-Wan Kenobi goes to what is it, Geonosis or something? No, not that. That's the planet where they have the big battle. But yeah, the clone facility, is it Camino? I think it was on. Yeah, I think Camino is the name of that planet where that was on. Um, but yeah, that was where the clone factory was, and it was some kind of secret project, I think, from memory, that not even the Jedi knew about. And so they were produced and everything based on Jango Fett, the father of Boba Fett. Hey there, Busted. Welcome on in. The legendary Twig. I love that. Barry's so excited. He thinks he's found the key, but it's just a twig. Vegas, Rogue One was fantastic. Kylo Ren had so much potential, but was plagued with terrible writing. Yeah, Rogue One, I thought that was really, really good. And I know for some people a prequel is pointless because it's like, well, we already know what happens to the characters, so there's no reason to get invested. And that is totally fair too. Like, I wouldn't say people are wrong for feeling that way. It's definitely understandable. I think for me with Rogue One, the reason why it works is, yes, you know that these characters are not going to survive, but it's in seeing how the Empire and the Rebellion are operating in parts of the world that we didn't get to see fully in the other Star Wars movies. Like, obviously, we see the bounty hunters, and we see the cantina on Mos Eisley, and we see all that kind of stuff. But it wasn't until Rogue One where we actually got to get into the nitty gritty stuff. So that's one of the reasons why I like Rogue One, and it doesn't matter for me that we already know the outcome of what's going to happen, But yeah, the whole Kylo Ren thing, like, I can understand what they were going with, but I think I don't necessarily mind that he got redemption, but I think it would have been still interesting if he got redemption and all that, but Rey became, the evil character. Like, I think that would have been more interesting, you know. Pedersen, that's right. Yeah, so it's funny. Like, I'm one of those fans of Star Wars that I'm not really full on with it. Like, there's some stuff that I can remember, but it's mainly just based on the movies, not so much like any books and stuff. Because I didn't really read a lot of the expanded universe stuff. I read some, but not enough to have a lot of deep knowledge about it. Vegas, Captain Phasma was so cool looking and was yet another character that had so much potential. Yet they just wasted the character. They destroyed Luke and everything he was. I mean, you can go on and about the sequels. Yeah, like this whole sort of thing where he had a moment where he saw in his nephew that he would potentially become, evil, and wanted to kill him to stop it and all that kind of stuff. And I know there's some kind of reasoning that has been given, like, oh, it was just a lapse in judgment. It was just he didn't go through with it at the end. So, but still, it's kind of like, it felt like they were afraid to do something with Luke all those years afterwards that wasn't trying to do something that was like going against certain stuff, especially with a character. Like, it's very easy in a sequel to take what a character had learned and where they got to in their character arc and then just completely pull the rug out from underneath them and all that kind of stuff. It's like, oh, let's make him this and that. And it's like, create a new character. Create a new character, like, just do something. Pedersen, who is the Dark Lord that Kyle Ren killed? Or the girl? You've not understood those sequels. You must watch them again, lol. Yeah, because you had Snoke, or whatever he was. It's so funny thinking about these things now, because it's been a while since I've actually seen those movies. In fact, the last time I saw the Rise of Skywalker was when it actually came out in 2019. But the other ones before then, I can't remember when it was. It was probably like, 2008. It was probably because I saw The Last Jedi twice, so it was probably that second time. So I think the second one was 2017. Would have been around then, I think. Pedersen, you remember he was big. Oh yeah, and then they retconned that because it wasn't, that it wasn't that big really. Like Snook. I mean, Andy Serkis is amazing, don't get me wrong, but I probably feel like Snoke is his least kind of like, I don't know. Like, I mean, Gollum is like the pinnacle. Like his work as Gollum is just chef's kiss. Um, but yeah, for me, it's probably his weakest character that he's played. Vegas, you'll say this. We as humans like to watch a hero fall and then rise again. We like flawed heroes that lose and then are victorious. They're imperfect in the beginning. Luke, for example, had to be trained by Yoda, struggled, lost to Vader, struggled again, and then became the Jedi we knew in the Return of the Jedi. I'm going to make this into two messages. That's definitely fair enough, Vegas. But yeah, that's true too, as well. And a character like that, that's their whole arc, across the three movies as well. And so undoing a lot of that to try and reset things to almost back to the original point that a character was at. Doesn't have to be a character either. It can be like an organization in the world of the story. Resetting it, it's just like, oh, we need to have this conflict happen again. So let's just throw everything out the window that the character achieved in order to make them in a negative light just for the sake of doing something different. Pedersen, yeah, Snoop Dogg. Oh, sorry, what's that in relation to?
I'm crazy, but that's fine, Barry.
Oh, you got that right, Al. You're barking mad. You are by far the craziest.
But maybe that's inevitable when you deal with crazy stuff like this. It helps. This is happening, Barry. Alice, they never had Alice. She's trapped in the darkness at the bottom of the lake, but she's not dead.
Al, how can you know that?
I know, Barry. I can...
Al,
No, listen. I can bring her back. I can find her. There's something special about this place. The lake, it does something to the works of art created here. It makes them come true. But there's a catch. The dark presence, whatever that thing is, twists it to its own ends. That's why all of this is happening. It's using my manuscript to take over everything.
Al, I believe you.
It happened to Thomas Zane before, it happened to the Andersons.
I believe you. Crazy or not, you're not delusional. Weird shit's going down. That's a fact. I'm on board, man. I'm with you.
The Andersons knew about it, but they were too far gone to tell me with all the drugs they were on. But they wrote it down. There's a message somewhere at their farm, Barry. We just need to find it. Look out!
God damn it, Al, talk to me!
I had lost my gun in the crash. Barry was nowhere to be seen.
Vegas, the problem with Ray is that she never failed. She knew everything. She didn't fall. They made her too perfect. She could do no wrong. You mean when they made her be able to beat Kylo at the end of The Force Awakens and when she knew how to fix the Millennium Falcon? When Solo didn't, yet he flew in it, got a million years her character was so boring. She never had to go through a growth process for the fans to relate to her. That's why I think it would have been good to delve more into her backstory as well and actually show some of the things that she learned being a scavenger and all that kind of stuff. Because I feel like if we spent more time with the character in that point in their life, it could have made those moments feel more earned in a way, because you would see how she learnt to recognize certain things as well. But yeah, like when you make a character almost invincible, it cheapens the conflict, because then it's like, well, why don't they just wave their hands and fix everything then? Which sort of ruins the story because it doesn't give any stakes that need to be overcome or anything like that. Oh, I see, Pedersen. Yeah, yeah. Snoke was the name of the was the name of the character that Andy Serkis played in Star Wars. Yeah. Pedersen, Alan Wake 1 or 2, which game is best? While I do like 2, I've got to give it to this one still. There's just something about this game's vibe and aesthetic and storytelling and all that kind of stuff. And there's a lot of things mechanically with the way that the shooting mechanics and the light mechanics work that I think is better in this. But yeah, I still do like Alan Wake 2. Otherwise, I wouldn't play it at all. There's got to be something at the very least that I really like about something for me to replay it. It's not like there's only one thing in Alan Wake 2 that I like or anything like that, but yeah, I'd have to give it to Alan Wake 1. Vegas, you still can't believe how bad they dropped the ball with Luke in The Last Jedi. They literally destroyed his character. Yeah, and Han Solo doesn't get a funeral or anything like that, It's almost like he was just some, minor character that had no impact in the franchise at all. It's like, oh, Han Solo died. So anyway, how's things?
Barry! Barry!
Oh, man, you're okay! Jeez, it's good.
Behind the music of Old Gods of Asgard lurks a Finnish band called the Poets of the Fall. And they are good friends of mine. And we obviously started collaborating with poets already with Max Payne 2.
There's something moving down here!
Barry, it's a Taken! Use a flare, Barry!
Oh! Yeah!
Barry, are you alright?
I'm good, Al! I'm great! Guess you never messed with anyone from New York City before, huh?
Video game storytelling uses many different mediums, and music definitely is one. And at some point I started thinking about the idea that we would have a fictional band and we would custom create music that would be in-world. And with that we could have lyrics and themes that are part of the storytelling. And that's what Old Gods of Asgard is all about. We had multiple songs created by Poets of the Fall for the first game. We continued with that in Alan Wake's American Nightmare, and now in Control we have done it again with Take Control. Now I feel this is a wonderful direction, and I'm sure that in the future we will be looking into this as well. Other than that, licensing songs for Alan Wake was an important part of the episodic structure, finding fitting songs for end of episode moments. And I'm still very proud and very happy of the selection of songs that we have from David Bowie and Nick Cave and Poe, all greatly fitting into this experience.
I like how Sam Lake talks about, they wanted to create a fictional band so that then they could have music that's in the world, so therefore in the world of the game, and having lyrics and themes that are actually part of the storytelling. And the usage of that kind of thing is very, very clever as well, because instead of just trying to get a song to match the story, they decided to create new songs that were for the game explicitly as well. And it also ties into the creative nature of this whole story, where the creativity of people across all different kinds of methods, whether you're a writer, whether you're a musician, a painter, whatever the case might be, and how there's a lot of stuff that is used by the power of the lake to turn it into reality. And so the songs that they use in this game, that the old gods of Asgard actually write, is very, very fitting for what's going on. And it makes sense that they would want to have actual music designed from the ground up and lyrics from the ground up that match the game. He also talked about the songs at the end of episodes. Now that's where it's interesting too, because certain songs that are chosen do have some kind of thematic connection between what's going on. So Roy Orbison's In Dreams, for example, is basically relating to the dream logic of the whole story, and also the dream that Alan had in the prologue and all that kind of stuff, And so those sorts of choices aren't as directly from the ground up related to what's going on in Alan Wake, but they still fit in a thematic way. Whereas with the Old Gods of Asgard music, it's very explicitly specific to what's going on in the story itself. And then the mentioning of the collaboration with Poets of the Fall with Control and the song Take Control, and how he said, I'm sure in the future we'll be looking into this as well. Obviously, with the release of Alan Wake 2 in 2023, 2 years after this remaster of Alan Wake 1 came out, we see that they collaborated as well, of course. But they went the extra mile. You do see Poets of the Fall as the Old Gods of Asgard in live action in one of the flashback scenes in this game. But in Alan Wake 2, we actually see the literal filmed members of Poets of the Fall as the Old Gods of Asgard in a way where it's more up close and personal as well. Vegas, yeah, when Han Solo died like 3 minutes after his death, they were all around hanging out and laughing, like Chewbacca would be devastated. Yet he was just hanging out with them, being his jolly self. 30 seconds after Solo bit the dust, you almost walked out of the theater, bro. Yeah, it's an immense sign of disrespect as well, which is ironic, and it plays into everything with the prequels, and in wanting to go back to the original trilogy style of stuff, they ironically actually are subverting it in a way that makes it anti the original trilogy. You know what I mean? So it's just ironic. That's right, Dr. Darling. He said the word control.
You're gonna have to find your way around to the farm, Al. I'll be waiting.
Barry, just wait for me, okay?
Al, I'm not staying here. It's suicide. I'm going to the farm. I'm gonna go ahead and secure the area. You can catch up. Don't worry about it. I'm on the case.
Now he's Rambo. This would turn into a disaster if I didn't catch up with Barry.
In Mita, thank you very, very much for the lurk, dude. I hope that work goes well. Would definitely like to recommend people check out In Mita's channel. He recently finished Death Stranding, the director's cut, and he finished that playthrough, but he's going to be getting the platinum. He's got 3 more trophies to get for that. He's a really cool streamer. Also a fan of the Witcher 3 and played Cyberpunk 2077 last year for the first time as well. So definitely recommend. And that's totally understandable in Mita for sure, to avoid spoilers. Totally understandable. And because of work too. No worries at all for the shout out, dude. I really hope that work goes well. Thank you for leaving the lurk. Vegas, thank you very much for the 3 years, 15 days, and 14 hours of followage. That is awesome. Thank you very, very much. Vegas, I'm a loser. You've only followed for 3 years. Oh, dude. It's definitely not something that I look at and go, oh, is that all? That's for sure. Thank you so, so much for the 3 years, 15 days, and 14 hours of followage. Yeah, Vegas, just messing with me.
Shadows crawled over the gate. I needed a light to destroy them to get through. I hoped there'd still be a working generator somewhere around here to power up the old lights by the gate. I could sense the movement in the woods ahead. Facing the enemy without a weapon was dangerous, but I had no choice. A car was driving away from the farm, headed in the same general direction as I was. For all I knew, it was Barry, caught in the consequences of leaping before looking. The car was heading for the cabin up ahead. It wasn't far. If it was Barry, I would see the damage soon.
Warriors, torchbearers, come redeem our dreams. Shine a light upon this night of otherworldly fiends. Odin's might be your guide, divorce you from the sane. Hammer's way will have its say, rise up in their name. Yeah. Memory and thought, jet black and clawed. O children of the elder God, children of the elder God, oh, scourge of light upon the dark, scourge of light upon the dark.
Thank you for redeeming that as a Bane impression. Thank you very much, Dr. Darling. It's a great song, that one. Sadly, you have to visit some relatives and will miss the show. That is totally understandable, though, Dr. Darling, for sure. I hope that the visit with your relatives goes well and that you enjoy your time auditioning for the old gods of Asgard. It's a good thing that was with the Bane impression, because my natural singing voice is like claws being scratched across a chalkboard.
I'm trying to deliver each page to the right time and place. I'm trying to show you how the story goes.
I had seen glimpses of the light before. I had seen it in my dream. It was a strange spaceman or a diver in a bulky suit. He was the one who'd been placing the pages on my path. The dark presence followed the choreography laid out to it in the manuscript, growing stronger and stronger, moving like a storm from one scene of destruction to the next. But it was still bound to follow the story and chained to the dark place it came from. When the story reached the end it longed for, it would finally be free. Someone had left a gun behind. Now I had a fighting chance of reaching the farm.
Rosie, does the spiral explanation hold true all the way back to the first game? Well, for those who haven't played Alan Wake 2 yet, just a heads up, I'm going to talk about spoilers for Alan Wake 2 in answering about the spiral question. So, in this game, because Alan isn't trapped in the dark place until the ending of this game's story, he's not trapped in what he perceives to be a loop yet. So that kind of thing doesn't really play into this first game. However, there are some symbols related to a spiral that you can see, but also you can think about in terms of like the tornado, for example. We never get to have a good look inside the tornado looking down into it, but you could imagine that being like a bit of a spiral symbology. And then there's actual books that you can find in this game that have the spiral symbol on it. But insofar as how the whole loop and Alan thinking he's in a loop but he's actually in a spiral, that kind of stuff doesn't actually kick in until he's been in the dark presence for, like, the dark place for a while. But Scratch is still in this, right? Not fully, like, he's in it, he appears in it, but you just get a glimpse of him. But it's not until Alan Wake's American Nightmare where he really is center stage as an antagonist. And then Alan Wake 2, of course, has him as well. But there's an interesting evolution of his character, because when we first see him, he's a literal doppelganger in the true sense, even down to the injury that Alan has on his forehead and the band-aid and everything. Mr. Scratch not only looks like Alan, of course, but he also is wearing the exact same clothes and has the exact same injury on his forehead and the exact same band-aid on his forehead. But the only thing that you see that's of course different is the expression on his face. So of course he's got an evil look on his face, but he doesn't say anything. And one of the things that Thomas Zane says to Alan is, your friends will meet him when you're gone, which in Alan Wake 2 is part of the chant. This is the ritual to lead you on. Your friends will meet him when you are gone. You know, that kind of stuff. But then in Alan Wake's American Nightmare, because Mr. Scratch has had time to enjoy his existence, that's when he diverges from Alan in the sense that he wears more sophisticated, stylish clothing. He talks. He's very gleeful. He's very, very sort of like... He's definitely dangerous and evil, but he's got that kind of Randall Flagg aspect to him, a character from Stephen King's works, where he's got that style and he's got that quote-unquote, I guess, cool sort of attitude, but you know he's a piece of shit deep down. And so you get that version of him in Alan Wake's American Nightmare. He's dancing, he's doing all this kind of stuff, and like he's killing people and stuff and all that kind of thing. But then in Alan Wake 2, it's like after his defeat in that Night Springs episode, which Alan Wake's American Nightmare is, after that defeat, it's like, fuck you, Alan. Gloves are off now. And so he's more like a beast in Alan Wake 2. He does talk, but you don't actually see him dressed the way that he was in Alan Wake's American Nightmare. He's no longer that prankster type trickster. He's just full raw beast emotion, anger and hate and rage, and all that kind of stuff. It's like he got sick of being the persona he was in Alan Wake's American Nightmare, and he's just fully embraced the animalistic side of him as well. So yeah, I like the evolution of Mr. Scratch from Alan Wake, where you just see him in a quick sort of moment, and then in Alan Wake's American Nightmare, where you get to see more of his character and you really get to see him shine. And then in Alan Wake 2, it's the more monstrous, animalistic version of him. Bootleg Swag took the headset off due to not having played 2. Oh, that's fair enough. Bootleg for sure. Yeah, I don't blame you. That's definitely a good way to go about it. But yeah, I've finished talking about the spoiler stuff now for Alan Wake 2. But yeah, there's just so much stuff that these games have. Bootleg, actually, don't think you've seen much of anything about 2, you realized. Oh, that's interesting, though. Like, if you're interested in playing Alan Wake 2, be interesting to see what you think about it. I'll be doing that playthrough of Alan Wake 2 when I finish Alan Wake 1. But that'll be something I'll be doing on Saturday. Because I started a bit late on purpose to allow to get through the game, but with not enough time to start Alan Wake 2, because it'd only be like an hour stream, and I'm like, nah. I'd rather start Alan Wake 2 on a fresh day. That way I can do a larger portion of the game in one stream for the first stream. Rosie, you feel like you had it all figured out at some point, and possibly again watching 2 stream, but you keep forgetting. That's totally fair, Rosie, too. And there's so much stuff that I still haven't fully understood from Alan Wake 2 as well. So there's still things that I'm kind of learning and finding out and stuff like that. Bootleg, in the case of Alan Wake, since it's one of your favorite games to not know much of 2, you had one of the shadow dudes pin you into a corner and kept kick stun locking you while push hit. I absolutely hate when that shit happens, Bootleg. Also, something I hate in games is when you get stuck on the environment. Like, I get it, it's a bit realistic. If you walked past a rock but you didn't step aside far enough, it would be understandable that you would hit your foot on it and stumble, you know. But sometimes in the heat of a battle in a video game, you want video game logic to win out versus realism, so that the character will just guide themselves around the object and not get stuck on it. So you can still get that sense of momentum while moving the character around, and then when you realize that the character's in danger, at least you can get them out of it quickly. But when you get stuck on the environment, you can't get the character out of the road quickly, and then that gives the window of it enlarges the window of opportunity for enemies to hit you, and if you have low health and no way to heal yourself, well, you're dead. But yeah, that's really annoying when that happens, getting put into a corner by the Taken. It's just like, yeah.
I could see the car, but there was no sight of the driver.
Hello? Anybody here? Ah! Barry!
No! Danny, you're not! Ah! Please! Ah! What are you? Ah! No! Don't! I'm sorry! Ah! Ah!
The front door was locked.
This is probably one of the few examples in the game where when you go the wrong way, when Alan actually says dialogue, it's just pretty straightforward. It's like, the front door is locked, you know. Whereas there are moments where if you go the wrong way, Alan will say something, but it'll be framed as if he's narrating a little bit of the story that, maybe the reader might not have actually, read properly and skimmed over it, where it's like, like for example, he said the front door is locked. Instead of saying something like, I really needed to see who the person was upstairs, like instead of saying something like that. But there are moments where he's like, I can't go this way because the Dark Presence decided that it didn't want me going that way, or something like that.
I know you. You were in jail the other day.
I went to the farm again for the moonshine, you know? It makes you see. They're not gonna miss it. They're in the loony bin. But my buddy, Danny, I lost him. Something's gone wrong with him. It's not him. Like a real bad follow-up to a real good movie where the best friend's suddenly the bad guy who wrote this crap anyway.
Gee, Alan, who wrote this? Poor Walter.
I've run through every possible course in my head. If I continue like the Dark Presence wants me to, the story I'm writing won't save Alice. It's a horror story, and it's going to kill her, and me, and everybody in this town. No one will survive. Darkness will consume everything. This is what it's wanted all along. It will be free, unstoppable. It used Alice to get to me, dangled her in front of me to keep me going. It was never going to release her. I'm going to change this. I'll escape. I've written myself into the story. I'm now the protagonist. This feels like a terrible risk, but it's the only way to save Alice. I'll be bound by the events of the story just as much as anyone else who's been woven into it. The story must stay true for this to work. There have to be victims along the way, near escapes, cliffhangers. In a horror story, it can't be certain that the hero will succeed or even survive. He almost has to die. I'll write my own escape into the story next. I need help. Zane's going to be the one who will help me. I'll make it happen.
That's a good moment too, because we see the point where Alan realizes that he needs to write some kind of, I guess, loophole, to put it in one way, to ensure that the Dark Presence doesn't actually get what it wants, which what it wants is to be completely free of its chains, so to speak, and be able to go out into the world fully with its own agency and not being tied to, any sort of restrictions and stuff. And so the trick that Alan has to try and do is he has to try and write things that are fitting for the genre of horror, while still making sure that he doesn't write an ending that is lopsided or an ending that feels cheap or lazy, And so there's these restrictions that he has to do. And in that, it's a good meta sort of commentary on the process of writing, where you're trying to make things work within a structure, trying to make sure that it makes sense, but not at the expense of the integrity of the story or the characters, and trying to make things ring true and all that kind of stuff. And so with Alan having to do that, ironically, the fact that he was struggling to write, and that Alice felt that taking him to a place like Bright Falls, and also setting up the meeting with Hartman and all that kind of stuff, it was her hope that this kind of thing would give Alan some inspiration, and ironically, that ended up happening, but at the cost of Alice being taken by the Dark Presence. and ultimately giving the Dark Presence a little bit more power than what it had before Alan and Alice arrived in Bright Falls as well. Hey Zaius. The second one was very much about how to write the second game. Yeah, Zaius, that's the interesting thing with stories like this. You can make it work similar to, like, for example, the movie The Prestige by Christopher Nolan. I feel like the way that he structures that movie, it follows the structure of The Magic Trick that Michael Caine's character, I can't remember the dialogue though, but there's that part where Michael Caine's character talks about the different parts of a magic trick, and I feel like the movie is structured similar to that. So it's interesting when they do like a movie or a game that is about something specific and they make it match the elements of the story or the medium in which their story takes place or is being used by. Bootleg turned into not much of a bright event of falls. Definitely not bootleg. There was definitely falls that Alan was experiencing, but they weren't bright falls, that's for sure. But yeah, it's interesting and ironic, that kind of stuff. And it's even like in American Nightmare. I don't know if you've played that one, bootleg, but that one is, I won't be doing it as part of this block of games that I'm doing, Alan Wake and then Alan Wake 2 and Control. But I would like to do some playthroughs of that this year. You saw it long ago, bootleg? See that American Nightmare, like that whole area, like the Arizona desert, like basing it on a vacation that Alice and Alan actually took, is like an early attempt of Alice's to try and help Alan be inspired to actually write again, which, ironically again, ends up happening, but it's being used for the Night Springs episode that he's written. Bootleg's not too fussed about seeing it again, as in, it wouldn't be spoilery for you. Oh, that's fair enough, Bootleg, for sure. Yeah. It's an interesting experiment. It's what a sequel back then was going to initially have as elements, but then they couldn't do it, so they had to do a smaller scale thing, which we got American Nightmare. But then when they actually started development again on Alan Wake 2, that's when they were able to flesh out a lot more stuff, of course. But it was refreshing to know that they had been throwing around concepts for Alan Wake 2, even after the initial Alan Wake 2 was cancelled, and even in the years since Alan Wake's American Nightmare. So that was really cool that they were still working on it here and there. Hello there, Ryu. How's your day going, dude? Oh, that's really good, Ryu. I'm glad to hear that you're going well.
The farm was still a good distance away. I'd need a car to get there fast.
Hope you had a good rest.
If Barry wasn't up here, he was probably in trouble down at the farm. For a moment, I felt bad for doubting him. After all, I made it this far myself. But Barry was Barry. I'd known the brothers used to be some kind of rock stars, but it hadn't really sunk in until I saw the stage.
Ow! Run! Incoming! There's too many of them!
God damn.
I'm so glad you decided to go it alone, Mr. Bronson.
Shut up and shoot! Al! We have to fight them off! I can set off more of the fireworks from here and help you out! Hey, Al! Did you notice there's a lot of ammo and stuff around? This place is stocked! Al, hold on! I'll try to get the stage lights on! Yes! Here we go! Ba-ba-ba! Barry Wheeler to the rescue! No! Damn it! Goddamn turn of the century wiring! Hang on, Al! I'll get them working again, I promise! Al! Stay in the light! No, no, no! Why do you keep doing this to me? Do it for Barry, please, please, please! Al, please don't let me die. Go with my fire. This is pretty much how I always wanted to go out. Rock and roll! Woo! Al, this may be the most awesome moment of all time alive. There! Back in the game! Yes! Oh! Did I do that? That was awesome!
There are many
Right Falls, rock and roll
dreamlike
capital of
elements in Alan Wake. It is something that very much fascinates me in fiction that I like as well. And also what I really enjoy in stories is time travel, time loops. Now, as we progress with Alan Wake's story, we kind of have this mystical vision quest of him traveling back in time into that missing week when he was in Birdleg cabin writing the story of the manuscript.
I'm also a fan of like time travel in fiction, and he was talking about the part where Alan has like a dream, flashback vision, astral body experience kind of thing, where he actually relives the missing week and finds out what actually happened to him in that missing week as well. So it's definitely a form of time travel. He's not literally being put into the past to be able to make changes, of course, but he's getting a glimpse into his past, that missing week, to mentally be able to know what happened and actually see it or re-see it, essentially. Vegas, man, the atmospheric and visuals in this game are fantastic. They really are Vegas for sure. Yeah, there's some really cool lighting effects in Control, as well as Alan Wake 2. They do a great job with that. I'm very much looking forward to seeing what they do with Control Resonant, which is the sequel to Control. Hey there, Schiller. I'm doing good, thank you, dude. Just did one of my favorite parts of this game, that whole thing with the stage and everything, the piece of music, chef's kiss. How's things going with you, Schiller? Hey there, Drama01. Hello to you. Hope things are going well.
Hey, Al! This way to the farm! See, bestseller? No reason to worry. Your cutout's good as new, right where I left it. I'll come back for it once we have the place secured.
Yeah, that's been my biggest worry all this time. We need to get this thing moved out of the way.
This is as far as I got, before they ambushed me.
Schiller, you're good. You're enjoying the last long weekend before normal life continues next week. That's good to hear, dude. I really hope that those days off that you're still having will actually stay, slow, so you can actually really savor it all as well. Glad to hear that you're doing well. Drama, this scene, did we have the concert yet? Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, just did that part. It's such a great sequence, and the song is really, really good too.
I think Alan Wake here has something to say. What's that, Al?
Ooh, I'm Alan Wake. I'm always right about everything. And if I don't get my way, I'll sulk all day long. I'm always intense and moody. It makes me very attractive and mysterious. Right now, I'm just standing here because I need my best friend Barry to carry me. But that's okay. I can just take him for granted.
I think I see what you did there.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
You want me to do my imitation of Barry Wheeler? No? Thought so.
Drama, yeah, that's the most memorable scene for you from this game. I don't blame you, though. It's a great combination of music and gameplay that actually really matches the music itself. But I feel like it's also... it doesn't necessarily override the actual gameplay too much, in the sense of you can still survive and hear the song in full. So if you're enjoying the song and you want to hear it in full, that part, it's not like it's very easy. It's both easy to die in that part and interrupt the music, but it's also easy not to. Whereas I feel like with Alan Wake 2, that whole big musical sequence, there's a part where it tries to do the same thing that this game did with the stage musical and having to fight enemies, but in Alan Wake 2, it makes me not want to actually listen to the song and try to endure the enemies. It makes me just want to get through the enemies, unfortunately. But that can kind of be softened a bit when playing on the lower difficulties, but when on the higher difficulties, like there's no way to enjoy the music and keep Alan alive and not interrupt the music and all that kind of stuff. Whereas I feel like in this first game, that whole sequence, it can be easier to keep Alan alive so the music doesn't get interrupted.
Wow! You look at that thing, Al? They really went all out with this Viking crap, didn't they? Look at all this stuff. They must have done okay for themselves, so how come I never heard of these guys before?
And this from the guy who learned about Ozzy Osbourne through reality TV?
The Viking boat looked imposing, almost like a battering ram.
Whoa! Good going, Al!
Sleep. We all spend a third of our dreams in its soft embrace, somewhere between fantasy and oblivion. But dreams have a way of forcing themselves into waking life, or vice versa. In Night Springs. Tonight's episode, The Dream of Dreams. We join Mr. Jones as he explores the endless dreamscape, only to be brought to a sudden stop by a decidedly mundane situation. A long line of people.
Hey, Jones, right? Listen, we're gonna have to wait until His Highness over there is good and ready. Oh, wow. Who's that? You don't know him? What are you, new? He's the guy dreaming us. Well, not just us. He dreams everything. All of this.
But wait, no. I'm the one who's dreaming. I'm asleep. Isn't this my dream?
Oh, yeah. Sure. Get real, pal. You're just another dream. I'm a dream. You're a dream. The weirdo in the diving suit is a dream, and the girl made of smiles and sunshine is definitely a dream.
But I'm pretty sure I'm dreaming this.
Well, maybe you're a really confused dream. What am I, a shrink? All I know is I'm going with the smart guys, and they say that's the guy doing the dreaming. Right there.
I don't know what that means.
It means we keep him happy. No sudden falls. We make sure he has his clothes on when he goes out in public. No chases where the monster is nipping at his heels and he runs like crazy, but his legs don't seem to get him anywhere. None of that. Because if he wakes up in a cold sweat...
Oh...
Yeah, precisely. So we wait till he wants to move on. Keep things nice and calm.
Hey, something's happening here.
Yeah? What's that?
What? Can't you hear that?
Oh, God help us. It's an alarm clock. Oh, it's you, isn't it? Please, man, I got a wife and kids. Please don't wake.
I wanted to test, and I thought I may as well watch the Night Springs episode as well. Not that I don't like it or anything, but in this playthrough I just wanted to watch the first initial one, because that's the one that I like the most. But if you interact with the television when Barry is standing right next to it, the dialogue that Barry has overlaps the dialogue from the narration on the Night Springs episode, and even waiting until Barry had moved to a different spot and then interacting with the television, you could still hear the tail end of what Barry was saying. Whereas that's by someone else. But it makes me wonder now if I can actually trigger Barry's dialogue in a way where I wait until this point, then trigger the Night Springs episode, but then run to where Barry is to get his dialogue, because maybe then I can make his dialogue louder than the narration. So in future playthroughs, when I want to cover both bases, I can then just do one pass where I get the Night Springs episode with minimal Barry dialogue over the top of it, and then reload a checkpoint, and then do a pass where I interact with the television, but then keep on going, and then go where Barry is to get his dialogue louder as well. So I just wanted to experiment on that. So it's good I can at least isolate the Night Springs narration and have it not be interrupted by Barry's dialogue. But that Night Springs episode is interesting too, because it deals with dreams, and it also is a little bit of a meta commentary about how when we're in a dream, when we wake up, it's almost like any people that we were dreaming about, that were essentially like characters in our dream, they die once we wake up as the dreamer. There's also that little bit of aspect in that Night Springs episode as well.
I think we can make it through here, Al!
That's some Nightmare on Elm Street shit. Yeah, I mean, talk about a great use of dreams and horror, but also psychological horror.
Geezers had quite a production going on. Ooh, you know what, Al? If we make it through this alive, I'm gonna start representing them. Yep, sell this stuff online, maybe get a reality show going, release a new single.
Good luck with that, pal.
Hey, you find us a way out here, okay? I'm gonna take a closer look at this stuff.
Because the thing about Nightmare on Elm Street that made it really effective was that it wasn't like Halloween or Friday the 13th, where the killer was restricted to only being able to work within reality, but having someone who could kill people in their dream and they would die in real life added the psychological horror layer, because at that point it's no longer about can you survive a killer who can kill you in your waking life, but even if you manage to escape from the killer in your waking life, sooner or later, having to actually go to sleep, that's where the killer can get you. Especially too, the more you try to stay awake to not go to sleep, the stronger the potential urge to sleep becomes, and therefore, it becomes a really psychological test then as well. So that's one of the reasons why A Nightmare on Elm Street, the original, is one of my favorite slasher movies, because it's not just the surface level killer, killing people, but it's a more psychological horror as well. Even if not everyone dreams or remember their dreams, people who have experienced some kind of like night terrors and stuff like that, like Nightmare on Elm Street really plays into that kind of stuff too.
Be careful, Al!
I'm good. Keep your eyes open, okay?
I could see the building that had to be the Andersons' home on the other side of the field. It wasn't far now. I wasn't worried about trusting the ramblings of two burned-out geriatric wrecks. They had the goods.
Got to be kidding me.
There are 65 billion cows and pigs in the world.
Al? Is that you out there, buddy?
Yeah, it's me. Hang on.
Hey, let's go, man. I think we're gonna have to work together to open this gate, Al. Looks pretty heavy. Hey, I think that's the farm on the other side of the field. We're almost there. This farm is a crazy place for crazy people.
We should feel right at home then.
Valhalla.
Come on, one more gate. Let's do this thing. Lights are out. I guess we better check the fuse box.
Here's a spiral symbol that I didn't actually recognize before.
The power downstairs was out, but I was sure I could fix that at the fuse box.
You know, this place looks kind of lived in. I thought the Andersons were in the booby hatch.
Yeah, I don't think they keep too close an eye on them at the clinic. They seem to slip away a lot so they can get wasted.
No kidding! Those guys sound awesome. Can you hear that, Al? Music?
Of course. We need to find where it's coming from. That's the message the Andersons talked about. That's the whole reason we're here.
Lady of the Light? Oh, that's gotta be... What's-her-face? The crazy lamp lady from the town.
Cynthia Weaver.
Right. Must be. The record's probably just a little dusty, Al. Give it a little thump. I want to hear this song. Okay.
We need to find Cynthia Weaver. We'll stay here for the night and head back to town as soon as it gets light.
Hey, Al. Lots of hours before dawn. Might as well get some rest. And by rest, I mean drunk.
Come on, Barry, this is... Yeah, what the hell?
I'm sorry about this. No, seriously, because I know we don't get along, but we're gonna find her, right? And even though you're a crazy bastard, I'm gonna stick by you, no matter what, ever, Al. Sure, like a brother.
I'm a writer, goddammit.
Correct.
If I just wanted to, I could write 10 books a year.
And they'd be the best books that year.
No, you couldn't.
That's right, I couldn't. But I could, because I'm a writer.
What? What do they put in this stuff? I feel like my brain is coming out of my nose. I'm gonna get the recipe off those coots and be a booze millionaire.
I just miss her, Barry. I just want her here with me.
I know, Al. I know. It's gonna be okay. We're gonna make it okay.
I'm coming! It's all right! I'm coming!
It was a crazy, drunken dream, and yet it was more than that. It was the truth, a suppressed memory unearthed by the Andersons' moonshine. I was there, an out-of-body observer. This was the night Alice and I had arrived at Bright Falls, the night Alice had disappeared. I had a chance to find out what had happened.
That booze made them feel everything they were thinking. To become a booze millionaire. That dialogue between them is so funny.
Beyond this lost memory, there was nothing. I had to follow the footsteps of my past self to find out what had happened that night. I remembered being surprised to see the cabin dark. Alice would have never turned the lights off.
Alice? Alice!
I remembered thinking I caught a glimpse of her form underwater, sinking into the darkness. Diving after her was the last vague memory I had of that night. After that, the next thing I could remember was waking up behind the wheel of the crashed car and finding the first pages of the manuscript. I couldn't find her in all that blackness. I must have thought she drowned.
Alice!
Jagger had Alice, and so she had me.
Alice!
I'd been easy prey.
Look at the cabin. Is there someone in the window?
Alice?
Maybe she didn't drown after all. Maybe she's inside.
Alice!
Yes.
The dark presence had touched me. She had dug her nails into my brain and used me, made me her puppet.
She must be here somewhere. Maybe upstairs in the study.
Alice!
Yes, that's where she is. You can apologize.
Alice!
You'll laugh at the whole thing together and put it behind you.
Alice?
She's not here. You were foolish to think so. No, she's dead. She drowned.
No, no, no!
It's your fault your wife is dead. You are guilty. All she wanted was to help you right. You killed her. Oh, hush. There's still hope. Cauldron Lake is a special place. Here, you have the power to change things. She wanted you to write. I will tell you what to do. You can write her back. The story will come true, and all will be well again.
She had Alice, and the manuscript was the ransom for her. Yes. All right. I'll fix it. I'll bring her back. No. I wrote it. I remembered it all now. In the dark, I'd written for days, a week, almost a complete manuscript of a novel entitled Departure. Jagger had been my editor, whispering in my ear, making sure that the unfolding story would make her more and more powerful. I thought I was saving Alice. Even with the cobweb she put in my head, some part of me had been aware enough to write my escape into the story, to bring a light into the cabin to release me before I could finish, to interrupt the horror story before the ending, where darkness consumed everything and everyone. Zane was weak and far away, but I had written him into the story, and his light had been enough to set me free.
It isn't here now. I'm here because it was written. I brought the light to set you free. You must hurry. It will know I'm here. It will be back soon. It stole the skin of my Barbara a long time ago. She looks so old.
I'd woken up, confused and groggy, my mind consumed by darkness and fear. All I could do was to escape. The week spent in the cabin had taken its toll. I was barely conscious and fading fast. It had to have cost Zane terribly, thrown him even deeper into whatever dark place he now haunted. But he had managed to weaken the dark presence, kept me safe that night.
I wrote it. It's my fault.
That's right, James Joyce. It's your fault, and you're gonna pay for it.
Previously on Alan Wake. Under the influence of the dark presence, I wrote a horror story that is coming true. Jagger had been my editor, making sure that the unfolding story would make her more and more powerful. Some part of me had been aware enough to write my escape into the story.
Together we can create something absolutely wonderful.
The lake, it does something to the works of art created here. It makes them come true. My mom gave me this old light switch.
The clicker.
Alice is being kept in a dark prison. I need to find Cynthia Weaver to fix this.
It's your fault, and you're gonna pay for it.
Well, we're expecting a record crowd from the neighboring counties. Naturally, we hope to break the record set by last year's Moose Fest in our neighboring town, Watery. Ladies and gentlemen, some people have asked me, what's the big deal about Deerfest? And I think that this sums it up. It's about friendship and community. We've got a great party coming up, but let's try to hold it in until tomorrow and get through the night in one piece, all right?
Someone will come for it when the time is right. Thomas said so. He wrote it. The key is insurance. It's my job to keep it safe. Safe in the light. Always in the light. Hello.
All the manuscript pages were gone. The FBI agent had taken them.
I think my tongue just took a crap in my mouth. Ugh. Oh, wait, we're in jail now? Al. Al, this is not good.
That about sums it up.
Oh, I am never drinking again.
I need to talk to Weaver. She's the one in the song. The Lady of the Light.
What, the crazy lady? Ugh, whatever you say, Al, but we're stuck here. They're not gonna...
even interviewed Wake.
I had some reading to do first, Sheriff, and let me tell you, it was an interesting read. Well, I've got you now, Raymond Chandler. It's all here. All the evidence, including conspiracy to murder a federal agent. There's no way you're walking out of here. You hear me in there, Bret Easton Ellis? Huh?
Agent Nightingale, I want to talk to your superior.
Well, we all want things, Sheriff. I wanted my... Look, that's not possible right now.
Agent Nightingale, I insist. Wake, what's wrong?
Lady, are you stupid? It's a trick. It's an obvious trick.
Okay, I've had enough of this crap. Wake, I'm gonna trust you with this.
You're joking.
Agent Nightingale, your opinion would matter more if you were sober and if I actually believed you were here on official business.
Whoa! Get back in the cell, Stephen King. The only way you're leaving this place is over my dead... Wait a minute. I know this...
Oh my God!
Light. We need light. It's the only way to fight this thing.
In my office. I've got your things there. Follow me.
Oh man! We're sitting ducks with the lights out!
Stay cool. I can get the emergency power on.
Nightingale felt the situation veering out of his control, but the gun at least felt steady in his hands. He was ready to fire, resolved that he would let this happen over his dead body. And yet he hesitated. He had seen this moment before, read it in the page. He was transfixed by the déjà vu and the horror that he was a character in a story someone had written. Then the monstrous presence burst in behind him and dragged him into the night. Nightingale tried to make sense of the manuscript. It was disjointed and strange. He didn't understand half of it, but it all rang true. Impossibly true. He took out his hip flask when he reached the page that described how he reached the page that made him take out his hip flask. It wasn't the booze that made his mind reel.
Like that, he took out his hip flask when he reached the page that described how he reached the page that made him take out his hip flask. He took out his hip flask when he reached the page that described how he reached the page that made him take out his hip flask. It's almost like a tongue twister if you try to say it real fast. Yeah, Ryu. It's like, I'm out of the lake and sacrificed. I don't know if you knew this, Ryu, but Doug Cockle, who plays Geralt in the Witcher games, he actually voices Nightingale in the sequel. And there's a game that he's in called The Occultist, and the main character's name is Alan.
Still talking about this mystical experience of Alan Wake going back in time. I mean, you as the player find him in the study. Obviously, we are Alan Wake, but in first person now in a weird way, and we reach out to him, snap him out of it, and then we see a glimpse of Diver actually doing this, which goes back to this, these weird questions about identity of Thomas Zane and identity of Alan Wake. But this fascination for time loops, obviously, in Alan Wake's American Nightmare, we have time loop element there. So I kind of feel that this is part of the dark place and how time moves there in mysterious ways.
Yeah, Ryu. Yeah. I actually wonder when that game's coming out, because it seemed like an interesting concept called The Occultist. Have to keep an eye out for that one. Zereth, if Alan was a softie, would he be Alan Flake? I think he would be. If he was a gardener, he'd be called Alan Rake. If he was a chef, it would be Alan Steak. If he was a baker, it would be Alan Bake. What Sam Lake talks about there, going back to the part that we just saw in the previous episode, where Alan is able to, through the moonshine, which has water from Cauldron Lake mixed in with it, he's able to actually relive and see what happened in that week that he couldn't remember. And Sam Lake talks there about the identity of Thomas and Alan, and even this first game plays a little bit with that, especially towards the end, because we hear the dialogue of Thomas Zane and Barbara Yeager, but instead of hearing them as their voices, we hear them with Alan's voice as Thomas Zane and Barbara Yeager's voice as Alice's voice, you know, and that's making the connection between the two. And it's not necessarily saying that they're one and the same, even though the Anderson brothers mistake Alan for Tom. It's only really because there is a similarity between Tom and Alan, as we actually see when we get to Alan Wake 2. And this sort of like idea that there's someone's double, you know, and all that kind of stuff. There's so much there too, as well. And that mention that he said about time loops, and he also referenced American Nightmare. And in that game, there's basically 3 locations that you go to do various things, but you go through them 3 different times, and there's a lot of differences between each one, you know, and all that kind of stuff. And so time loops and all that is definitely something that is in Alan Wake 2 as well. I like how he puts it as time moves there in mysterious ways, referring to how time, the progression of time, happens in the dark place and all that kind of stuff. And when you think about like doppelgangers and all that kind of stuff, there's a lot of games that have used that as a storytelling device. One of the early games that I remember playing that actually had that was Prince of Persia. In that game, there's a part where the prince, or the character that would become the prince, because in that first game, he's not actually a prince yet. There's a part where he can't escape. His escape is like blocked off by a mirror. So the only way he can actually get past the mirror is to jump through it. And once he jumps through the mirror, a doppelganger is created. And this doppelganger is very mischievous. And so what the doppelganger does throughout the game is it trolls the main character. For example, there's a potion that you can see, and when you try to get the main character to jump across the chasm to get the potion, the doppelganger presses a tile and it closes the gate before the main character can reach it, and then you fall down a chasm, you know. The only way to defeat the doppelganger of the prince later on in the game is to put your weapon away, your sword away, and just run into the doppelganger. And then that actually makes the doppelganger merge back with the main character. And if you try to attack the doppelganger with your sword in a duel with the doppelganger, every time you land a hit and do damage, you take damage as well. And so if you keep taking damage, of course, you die. And then you've got like Tomb Raider from 1996, which has a lot of similarities and threads tying it back to Prince of Persia. But in Tomb Raider 1996, there's a doppelganger of Lara's that if you shoot at it, it will shoot at you, you know. And using doppelgangers as like a narrative device It's not always about making a literal copy. You can even do doppelgangers in the sense of two characters, but the other character is a shadowy reflection of the other. A great example of that is Belloc in Raiders of the Lost Ark, the first Indiana Jones movie. Sorry, um, he's not a doppelganger of Indiana Jones in the sense of he looks like him and all that kind of stuff, but there's aspects to Belloc and how he perceives archaeology and what he's willing to do that Indy isn't willing to do. And there's a great scene where he's basically saying to Indy, you know, you are a shadow. I am a shadowy reflection of you. It would only take you. It would only take a nudge to push you, you know, out of the light, kind of thing. And what's great about that character is they know Indiana Jones. GoldenEye, Pierce Brosnan's first James Bond movie. The doppelganger in a way is Alec Trevelyan, only in the sense that he knows James Bond intimately, so much so that he could, you know, predict what James Bond might do before James Bond does it, you know, so has some kind of like, you know, foreknowledge. And I feel like that's what makes a great villain. If you have a villain that is a mirror of the main character and has all the traits that the hero is trying to defeat or suppress within themselves, it can create a really, really interesting dynamic between the hero and the villain. So getting back to Alan Wake, you've got the doppelganger, Mr. Scratch, that gets created, and Alan himself is very prone to anger, and you see flashes of it in a lot of different moments. You see it with Alice at the start of the game story. You see it with Mott after they separate, and he says to Mott, you know, if you do anything to Alice, I'll kill you, you know, that kind of stuff. So we see flashes of that in Alan, and Mr. Scratch is the literal manifestation of that into an actual separate entity. And so Mr. Scratch represents all the negative energy, essentially, of Alan's. And there's this concept in psychology about the shadow self. And the whole doppelganger thing is playing into that idea where all the negative emotions that Alan had fed into his shadow self is what the dark place is able to extract from Alan and create Mr. Scratch out of that. So it's a very interesting kind of thing when you look at duality and all that kind of stuff. Zereth and a thief, Alan Take. Ryu, he's a creator, Alan Make. That's a good one too, Ryu. Absolutely, yeah. Alan Make. Zereth, if an animal, Alan Snake. Yep. That's true. Okay, so thank you, Zereth, for redeeming all the redeems. Okay, so I'll do the Arnie reads first. I assume for the Arnie reads redemption, it's a random manuscript page. Oh, cool. All right, so random manuscript page to do the Arnie impression with. There's no way to pause the audio of Alan's narration before I do it, so I'll have to let that play first when I choose one.
For the moment, Barry was just glad he had survived the fall. He had been separated from Al, and there was no easy way to climb back up. He told himself he'd be okay in the gloomy forest at night. He would just have to wait for a while for Al to find his way down. Barry turned when he heard the heavy footsteps and saw the movement. The man-shaped shadow lunged at him from the bushes, an axe held high. Barry screamed and threw up his hand. The world exploded.
For the moment, Barry was just glad he had survived the fall. He had been separated from Al, and there was no easy way to climb back up. He told himself he'd be okay, in the gloomy forest at night. He would just have to wait for a while for Al to find his way down. Barry turned when he heard the heavy footsteps and saw the movement. The man-shaped shadow lunged at him from the bushes, an axe held high. Barry screamed, "Ow, ow, ow," and threw up his hand. The world exploded. There we go, Zereth. Thanks for redeeming the Arnie Reads a Manuscript. Or Arnie Reads, generally, but more specifically, a manuscript page in this game. Hey there, Crooked. Welcome on in, Senny. How's your day going? Alan Wake is going well. Up to episode 5 now. Just started episode 5. So we had Nightingale get taken by the Dark Presence. And it's been really cool. I've really enjoyed hearing Sam Lake's commentary. And what's really cool too is because the last time I did this and the first time was when this remaster came out, it means that there's little nuggets of hints as to what ends up happening in Alan Wake 2, which came out 2 years after this remaster did. So it's really cool to have that kind of thing happening, where you can sort of like, see the seeds, the subtle elements that would go into Alan Wake 2 being kind of like, foreshadowed in a way by his commentary. So that's added an extra layer for me this time around. But yeah, it's been going well, thanks, dude. How about yourself? Oh, that's all good, Zereth. Yep, just tell me when you're back so I can get these redeems sorted. Hey there, Shaky. How's things, dude? Probably between this game and Syndicate, Nightingale really got around. He sure did, absolutely, and changed form as well, completely. Your day's going good, thanks, just working and all that, but tomorrow's already the weekend. Glad to hear that the game is going well. That's really good to hear, Crooked. I'm glad that your day is going good. I hope that work goes quickly today, but it's really cool that the weekend is so close at hand as well. And thank you, yeah. Yeah, this game has so much about it too that you can analyze as well. Crooked better impersonator than Aberline. That is very true. I think Aberline's Master of Disguise title needs to be revoked. I'll have a look for a horror movie quote for Zereth for his redeem. I'll wait till he comes back to do the audio ones. Well, not the audio ones, but the ones where I basically just say red rum and the kiki ma ma ma. But at least when Nightingale's a woman, they don't have a beard. Exactly, that's the big difference when Aberline is trying to pass himself off as an old lady. It's like Aberline, the beard's a bit of a big indicator that you're not actually an old woman. Be right back. Welcome back, Zereth. So I've got a horror movie quote. Most hotels have switched to magnetics, an actual key. That's a nice touch. It's antique. We have magnetic cards also, but electronics don't seem to work in 1408. Hope you don't have a pacemaker. General manager claims that the phantom in room interferes. I have never used the word phantom. Oh, I'm sorry. Spirit? Spectre? No. You misunderstand. Whatever is in 1408 is nothing like that. Then what is it? It's an evil fucking room. That's from 1408, the movie adaptation of one of Stephen King's stories by the same name, or of the same name. Thanks for redeeming that as a random horror movie quote, Zereth. And they do. Enemies do become suspicious when they see a dead body. You're right. Okay, so now for a Remedy Games quote. Okay, so I've got a Remedy Games quote. That's what I'm telling you. Not in the right language. Explosion make time go bad. If time is an egg, then that egg is fucking broken. The time egg is fucked. What? Why is there an egg in this? That's from Remedy's Quantum Break game. Thanks for redeeming that, Zereth, as well. Now for the other redeems. Red rum, red rum, red rum, red rum, red rum, red rum. Thank you for redeeming that from The Shining. Thank you for redeeming that too, as well, from Friday the 13th.
Here are your things. Wake, what do I need to know? What do you need from me?
They can be hurt in the light, only in the light. And I need to find Cynthia Weaver. She can help me stop this.
Light. Check. Cynthia. She lives in the old decommissioned power plant. I can get you there pretty quickly in the rescue chopper. Come on, let's get back to your friend. Wheeler, I need you to stay here.
What? No.
We're going to fetch our ride, but I have friends who need to be warned about this, and I can't be in 2 places at once. I need your help.
Well, okay.
Here's a list of people and phone numbers. I need you to call them and tell them you have a message from me. Night Springs, okay? They'll know what to do.
Night Springs? Like the TV show? Gotcha. Oh, hey, that radio guy is on the list. Maine. Who's Frank Breaker? He related to you?
My dad.
Hey, is this like a secret society?
Can you do this? You'll be safe here. The backup power's on. These guys need to be alerted, just in case we don't come back.
You'll come back for me though, right?
As soon as we get the chopper ready. Thanks, Wheeler. I owe you one. Okay, let's go, Wake. Through the back.
Hello, Mr. Breaker. This is Barry Wheeler. Yeah, I know.
Oh, hell. Whatever took Nightingale must have broken the gate controls. We can't reach the gate's control box from here. We need to get to the other side over the rooftop.
I'll go. I'll open the gate for you once I'm across. You stay here in the light and cover me, Sheriff, okay?
As part of the story, we discover that there are some people in Bright Falls who do know about these supernatural forces of darkness. And they have formed this loose secret society to deal with these things. Part of it is the sheriff, Sarah Breaker, and we connected to her father, Frank Breaker, as well. Now, it's not widely known, but there were a couple of comic books that we created after Alan Wake, and one of them actually, one issue deals with Frank Breaker as a character.
I should actually have a look at those comics sometime. I think I've seen like excerpts from them as well. Something that's really cool too about Frank Breaker and the fact that he wasn't just the previous sheriff of Bright Falls. Before that, he wasn't just a cop in New York, but he was also a agent for the Federal Bureau of Control, the FBC as well, which I thought was a really, really nice touch. And this is kind of like a little bit of a spoiler for Alan Wake 2, but I like in that game how the sheriff is only referred to as Sheriff Breaker, which sets up the expectation that you're going to see Sarah Breaker still as sheriff. But the clever twist is that while it is a Breaker who is sheriff, it's not Sarah Breaker, but it is Tim Breaker. And Sean Ashmore, who plays that character in Alan Wake 2, was in another Remedy game called Quantum Break. And if you look at the name that he has as Sheriff Tim Breaker, the first 3 letters of the word time and then Quantum Break, which is all about time. So it's a very clever sort of thing that they did there as well. And then, of course, Beth Wilder, who was actually in Quantum Break, played by Courtney Hope. Courtney Hope would then go on to play Jesse Faden in Control. And also, in Alan Wake 2, the DLC, Night Springs Episode 3, it does a clever thing with Jesse Faden and an alternate universe reality of it. And in a way, even though it's not official, I'm hoping that Remedy gets the full rights to Quantum Break. Then they can actually fully incorporate it into the lore and universe that they've got Alan Wake and Control inside of as well, which I think would be really, really cool if they were able to do that. And speaking of Quantum Break as well, this year that game celebrates its 10th anniversary, so I definitely want to do some things for that, even though I've only played the game twice. But it's still one of those situations where I've played the game enough to have an appreciation for it to the point where I want to do anniversary playthroughs of it. So I'm looking forward to doing that as well. But fingers crossed, Remedy will get the full rights to Quantum Break one day, and then they can do a potential sequel as well. Because like with the original Alan Wake, they had a deal with Microsoft. And for the longest time, the original Alan Wake was an Xbox and PC exclusive until Remedy got the full rights back. And so they were able to do the remaster and release it on the PlayStation, which the original couldn't be released on. So it's similar with Quantum Break. They did Quantum Break with Microsoft. And so Microsoft has a stake in the Quantum Break franchise. So Remedy can't do anything officially with it without the permission of Microsoft. So yeah, I'm hoping they get the full rights to Quantum Break as well, back from Microsoft.
Hey, Sheriff! Your password. Night Springs? What's that all about?
It's a stupid joke we have. That Bright Falls is the original inspiration for the TV show. This town can get weird at times. Never this weird, though.
In The Evil Within, the main character, Sebastian Castellanos, there's a level where he has to do a puzzle involving getting something to run related to electricity and power. And in that game, he's like, what am I, an electrician? In this game, in this part coming up, Alan Wake says the exact same thing. What am I, an electrician? So now when I play The Evil Within, and that part happens where Sebastian says it, I like to mention how Alan says it in Alan Wake.
You need to bypass the damaged control box.
What am I, an electrician? Hold on!
got smarts.
Good job, Wake. Okay, stick close. Our first stop is the town hall. The keys to the chopper are there. Look out!
So Sarah Breaker's father, Frank Breaker, who doesn't get any screen time in the game, but in a comic book issue that came out after, we do discover that he is contacting authorities when he learns about this, and beyond that now, quite a few years later in Control, and specifically in AWE DLC of Control, we actually learn that Frank is connected to Federal Bureau of Control, and he is reaching out to FBC when this crisis in Alan Wake happens.
Ah, so that's what it is. I was mistakenly saying that Frank Breaker was an agent as well for FBC, but he was just contacting them.
thought New Yorkers were rude.
You have the right to remain silent. Do you understand these rights?
Let's hope we don't run into anything we can't handle. Wake, over here! There's light! I have a key. Watch my back, Wake.
It's an ambush.
Let's go, Wake. Okay, someone's messed with the fuse box here, but you should be able to jury-rig it while I find the keys.
I already got electrocuted once today. How about I look for the keys and you get burned for a change?
The message was from Barry. He was getting worried at the station. He wanted us to hurry.
Okay, Sheriff, I got the keys.
Barry?
Why isn't he inside?
Oh, God. Oh, God.
Barry! Look out! Barry, move! Barry!
He made it inside, Wake. He's okay. The storefront's blocked. Come on, Wake, let's go around. We can meet him in the back.
Duck season.
We can make it through the bookstore. Wheeler should be waiting for us in the backyard.
Hell down or I'll call the sheriff.
Oh, hi, Doc. I've got it. Don't worry about it.
Sarah, about time somebody showed up. All this shooting in the air is idiotic. One of these days they'll kill somebody. And over Deerfest.
I know. Go back to bed. He's got a point, Wake. Look, this town can't take this. They're really taking advantage of your presence here, Wake. I heard they're selling a lot of your Alex Casey books.
Right now, I'm not a big fan of my own writing.
Another example of spiral imagery in this game is this book here. The Within Side is the name of the book. In the game Quantum Break, there's some blackboards where you can see a spiral symbol as well. And then, of course, there's spiral symbol in Control as well. And then in Alan Wake 2 also.
I don't see Barry.
Look! Wake! Maybe that's him. That's the way to the chopper.
So we have the worlds of Alan Wake and Control connected to each other, as is now clear from Control and especially Control's AWE DLC. They are both part of Remedy Connected Universe, which has been a long time in the making, and now it's finally out in the open. So that is something that I am really excited about, and I am thinking about a lot of opportunities and plans in the future.
The RCU, Remedy Connected Universe. So you have like this game, which is an action thriller episodic TV series format. Then you have Quantum Break, which is pretty much Max Payne, but with time manipulation powers. Then you've got Control, which is a supernatural sci-fi action sort of game. And then you've got Alan Wake 2, which is a survival horror, psychological survival horror game. Then you've got that Firebreak game, which is like a first-person multiplayer kind of, battle royale, or maybe not necessarily that, but that kind of thing. Then you got Control Resonant, which is going to go for a more open-world RPG approach. And that's the great thing about having a connected universe, is you don't have to make every single game that's part of it the same genre even, so the sky's the limit, really. Like, you could have a Remedy point-and-click adventure game, for example. You could have a side-scrolling 2.5D Remedy game as well. You could have, like, a real-time strategy Remedy game. You know, there's just so many different ways you can connect different games into the same universe by using different kinds of game genres and stuff as well. And while they all don't have to come from Alan's writing, as the conception for these kinds of things within the Remedy Connected Universe, it would be interesting to have some story ideas of things that Alan had tried but weren't powerful enough or the right sort of like approach to escaping from the dark place. That these other kinds of games could be what the story is put into as well. These discarded kind of ideas. You could even do a Remedy game that is like Until Dawn or something like that, in that kind of structure, in that kind of way.
I'm gonna give Pastor Howard a piece of my mind about this lock. Ugh, I told him to get it fixed.
Physical labor. Let's take a break.
Take a break? What about a quantum break?
Omega-3 fatty acids are good for your heart.
Keep shooting! Help here! Okay, it's open. Let's go, Wake.
Wow.
We keep them lit all night long on the night before Deerfest.
Why?
Well, it's tradition. We're almost there. We'll have to go through the basement to get to the parking lot.
Yeah, there's no way going through the crypt will turn out to be a bad idea.
You have the right to remain silent.
Guess that one saw the light, huh? You didn't like that one? A tough audience. Well, I got plenty more.
What are the Christmas lights for?
Protection, man! Like garlic against vampires?
Vampires.
The helicopter's just across the parking lot and up the hill. Come on!
I actually liked your pun, Barry. It adds a light-heartedness to everything.
The Bright Falls General Store is now my favorite place in the entire world. See this headlamp? It's like a superpower. I can just look at one of those things and they die. It's my flaming eye of Mordor. I wish I didn't say that.
Yeah.
Hey, I want a headlamp.
Last one.
Bastard.
So, now, with Control and with AWE, we are finally seeing new glimpses of Alan Wake. That is, in itself, very, very exciting. I can't say that he's alive and well, because he probably is not well in the depths of the dark place, but he is alive, and kind of Control proves that. And all the more reason to be happy about Remastered coming out.
It's so funny when you think about times where you were waiting for a follow-up game, and you remember the times where it was like, oh, I wonder if there'll ever be one. And then, after it has come out, you look back and you go, damn, we got it. We got one. And then you get, like, you know, the benefit of new players to a series where they don't have to do that waiting, you know, like waiting for an Alan Wake 2 after getting Alan Wake American Nightmare and not knowing if it would ever actually happen. And then when this remaster come out, wondering, are we actually going to get an Alan Wake 2? And then, of course, 2023, 2 years after the remaster, we get Alan Wake 2. And now it's already being 2 years at least since Alan Wake 2 came out. And the way that they sort of like put foreshadowing elements and then they call back to previous things. I won't be doing it in this block of games that I'm playing, but Alan Wake's American Nightmare, there's the checkered shirt that Alan actually wears, and there's the title given to Alan and the title given to Mr. Scratch, where Alan's title given is the Champion of Light by the narrator for the Night Springs, and then the Herald of Darkness is applied to Mr. Scratch. In Alan Wake 2, you get a reference to the checkered shirt because Alan's actually wearing it at some point. Then you also get the reference to the Champion of Light and the Herald of Darkness because they're part of the lyrics of the song that plays in Alan Wake 2 as well. And so I like that kind of thing. It's like waiting for GTA 6. Exactly. There will come a time where we'll be like, damn, GTA 6 came out 5 years ago. Where it's like, it takes so long, you know, and then it's like, boom. It's like, it's almost in some ways when you're looking forward to something like that, it's almost like a recurring dream you've had where you know it's coming, but it's just not there yet. And then when it finally arrives, it feels so surreal, you know. So when GTA 6 comes out, it's going to be interesting to see how that game is received and what kinds of things will come about after that game and all that kind of thing. Another game that I remember looking forward to a lot was a follow-up to Red Dead Redemption. And Red Dead Redemption and Alan Wake, the original Alan Wake, came out in 2010. And it took a lot longer to get an Alan Wake 2, but the amount of time that it took to get Red Dead Redemption 2, an 8-year gap, it was definitely worth it. It was worth the wait. I'm glad they didn't rush it and release it 2 to 3 or 5 years after Red Dead Redemption 1. While there are things about Alan Wake 2 that I don't think are that solid, overall I did like Alan Wake 2, and so I feel like it was worth the wait as well.
Someone throws a damn school bus at your head and you're about to take a helicopter ride with someone who may or may not have a pilot's license, you're cleared for departure to Night Springs. No offense, Sheriff.
Okay, so the number on this helicopter is 1408, which is referencing Stephen King's story, 1408. When the random horror movie quote was redeemed earlier, I actually did a quote from 1408. After this part's done, the game takes all your weapons and ammo away, and all your flares and flashbangs, so you don't necessarily have to worry too much about ammo conservation in this part. Thank you very much, Alessandra, for the Happy New Year wishes. Happy New Year to you too. I hope it's going to be a great year for you. Hope things are going well. Hello there, Lynch Mob. How's things?
Keep fighting, Wade! We're almost ready to take off! Wait! We're leaving! Get a move on! Wait, you better put an end to this.
Just get me to Weaver, Sheriff.
You're taking a big chance on a local crazy lady, Al. I hope you're right about her, or we can kiss this town goodbye.
I hope you know how to deal with this, Wake. I guess you New Yorkers are used to rough situations like this.
Right. The city's a war zone. King Kong, mutant alligators, and Alex Casey shoots the place up every weekend. Look, I never even carried a gun until a couple of days ago.
Well, my dad used to be a cop there. Tells some pretty wild stories.
Stuff like this?
No, just normal bad stuff. Kinda like your books, Wake. I used to tease Dad that he was just like Alex Casey.
You've read me.
Oh, sure. You're a pretty good writer. A little heavy on the metaphors, maybe.
Nobody's ever said that before.
We're coming up on the power plant. See the lit building over there? And that's the dam further up the river. I can't land here. I'll take her down the road across the river.
Just get me there, Sheriff.
Hold on! Ow!
Son of a bitch!
Wait, we're gonna have to shake these things. We don't have a plant.
Hello, Ogorki. How's things?
I had to do something about the chain for the door to open.
Bob, you're doing well. Just got done playing Daisy after feeding your character over and over several times. You started to get hungry for real. So now you're making food. That's good to hear that you're doing well. That's definitely understandable too, as well. It's like if you're watching a movie or something and you see the characters eating, where you're like, damn, now I want to eat something. Oh, nice, Gorky. That's really good. Glad to hear that you're going great. Lynchmob, thank you very, very much for the 3-stream streak. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
This is good work for the Nightmares. This is good work for a night person.
Red rum. 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 Thank you, Agorki, for redeeming the red rum from The Shining.
The power plant glowed in the night. It was close, but I had to find a way across.
Thanks, Gorky, for making a clip.
Most of us are skilled musicians.
Thank you, Ogorki, for making that clip. Awesome. Thank you, Lynchmob, for redeeming the Arnie movie scene impression. All right, Lynchmob, I've got one. John, how's your arm, John? Come find out. No, thanks. Think I'll take a pass. John, stick your head out. One shot, right between the eyes. I'll make it quick, for old time's sake. Stop screwing around and let the girl go. It's me you want. I have one arm. You can beat me. Come on, Bennett. Throw away the chicken shit gun. You don't just want to pull a trigger. You want to put the knife in me and look me in the eye and see what's going on in there when you turn it. That's what you want to do, right? I could kill you, John. Let the girl go. It's between you and me. Don't deprive yourself of some pleasure. Come on, Bennett. Let's party. I can beat you. I don't need the girl. I don't need the girl. Ha! I don't need the gun, John. I can beat you. I don't need no gun. I'm gonna kill you now. You're getting old, John. You're getting old. I feel good. Just like old times. What's it feel like to be a dying man, John? You're a dead man, John. Bullshit. John, I'm not gonna shoot you between the eyes. I'm gonna shoot you between the balls. Ah! Let off some steam, Bennett. That, of course, is from Commando. Thank you for redeeming that, Lynchbob. Oh, thank you, Agorki. It's funny, it's one of those occasions where, because the villain Bennett in that movie is actually Australian, I can actually lean into my Australian accent. Or rather, the exaggerated version of it a bit.
So obviously in this story, we have this horror story manuscript, Departure. And Departure name, of course, comes from beginning of hero's journey. And it is a horror story and it's set in Pacific Northwest. close to the end of the game, we see this glimpse of a talk show with Alan Wake as a guest, talking about the last book in the series of Alex Casey books, these hard-boiled crime books. But he does mention that now he wants a departure from what he has done before.
There's also, when Sam Lake was talking about the name of the manuscript, Departure. And he also mentions that appearance that Alan does on the talk show. In that actual scene, there's a line where Alan is like, "It's a departure from the old for me." And so I like when that kind of detail is in there, because the final Alex Casey book that Alan wrote, called The Sudden Stop, is the death of Alex Casey. And there's another project that he wants to work on. And it's interesting the timing, because when he recorded that interview, likely he was still feeling the capability of writing. And so he probably had some concepts for what he wanted to do, as in he wanted to do something different than what he had been doing with Alex Casey, which was the, detective, hard-boiled detective noir kind of, character. And so even though he didn't know it then, the specifics of what that would become, what kind of different story he would tell, i.e. the one he's actually experiencing, that with the power of the lake and the typewriter he has, and all that is becoming reality. So I like that aspect too, as well. He had the idea to go and do something different, but then he got writer's block, and then he ended up in Bright Falls, and then going through this experience as well. And in another way to use the word departure, he's departed from reality as it was, and is now into a different kind of reality. Hey there, Dumbledore. Good morning to you too. I hope things are going well.
Or birds.
to lose the flock. You're almost at the power plant. Keep going. We'll give you support.
Hey Maxi, good day to you as well, dude. Happy New Year to you too. I really hope that you're going to have a great year this year. How's things going? Alan Wake is going well. This is the second... No, yeah, is this... What episode am I in? Episode 5, I think. Yeah, still in episode 5. Because yeah, episode 4 was the truth, and yeah, so episode 5. So almost through the main game. I'll just be doing the main game. I won't be doing the 2 extra chapters that were DLC. But Alan Wake's going well. It's been good to replay this game, the remastered version, with the remastered video commentary as well, by Sam Lake. And the last time and the first time I did a playthrough with this active was actually when the remaster came out in 2021. So since then, having played Alan Wake 2 multiple times, going back to the video commentary, there's subtle hints that Sam Lake drops that if you have played Alan Wake 2, you can tell that because they were working on it at the time, that they were sort of like teasing little nuggets of foreshadowing here and there. Maxi, same to you too, dude. Hope you have a good year. You're doing good, thanks, just chilling. Thank you very, very much, Maxi. Thank you, dude. Glad to hear that you're going well and that you're just chilling. It's always good to do that. And so close to the weekend too, as well. How's things been going with the games that you've been playing? Because I think the last game you're playing, you did Watch Dogs 2, and then you started Uncharted 4. How's that been going? I need to replay those games too. Have to do that this year.
I recognized the logo on the power plant sign. I'd seen a version of it painted all over the area, signifying hidden caches of supplies.
Maxi, yep, Uncharted 4 has been good. Really good story and great acting. You think it's your favorite so far? Oh, very nice. That's cool. Yeah, because I wasn't sure if it was your first playthrough of that or not, but that ended up being my favorite one. And I also played Lost Legacy after finishing Uncharted 4. And I don't know if you originally intended to play that, but I liked it. Of the first 3, I remember it was so weird because a lot of fans had said that Uncharted 2 was much better than Uncharted 1. But I actually found myself liking Uncharted 1 a little bit more. But When I replay the games, though, it'll almost be like 100% fresh because it was 2020 when I first played them. So it'll be interesting to see what I think about them on a second run through. Oh, cool, Maxi. So you're going to play Lost Legacy afterwards? Oh, cool. Yeah, it's definitely worth playing at least once. Maxi, definitely worth trying it. Remastered on PS5. Oh, cool. Yeah, because that's the versions that I have. Because I got the Nathan Drake collection, the first 3 games, and then I got that special collector's version of Uncharted 4 and the Lost Legacy.
Hold it right there!
Miss Weaver, Cynthia, I'm a friend.
Prove it!
You knew Zane, Thomas Zane. You're the Lady of the Light in the song. You can help me.
About time. Young man, I've been waiting a very long time for you. It's in the well-lit room.
Excuse me?
What you'll need to drive the darkness back. The well-lit room is at the dam. I built the room to keep it safe.
Will it help me find Alice? Will it get me back to the cabin? Fine, let's go. I can get my friends to come back with the helicopter.
Oh, we won't go outside. Never at night. That's rule number 1. You've been breaking the rules, young man, and where has that gotten us, No, I have a secret route, a lit route, an old water pipe. Something was damaged at the transformer yard. It's draining all the reserve power. Without it, the pipe will go dark. The power to the yard must be cut.
Let me guess. You want me to do it?
Young man, you're the one who likes to break the rules. I can't be outside in the dark. The kill switch is outside. I have been preparing for these times, the dark tides. You have found my caches, haven't you? You can see the signs. Very few people can. Yes, please, take what you need. This is all for you, for the likes of us. We do Tom's work, don't we? Hurry! The switch is on the wall facing the shore. I cannot take you to the well-lit room if the lights in the pipe go out. You must go outside to use the emergency switch.
Weaver had sent me to cut the power to the transformer yard. I was willing to do grunt work for her to get her to help me. I hoped Weaver was dependable. I'd stumbled into this crazy world a little over a week ago. She had been living this insanity for decades. I could see the kill switch that would cut the power to the transformer yard. Now I had to find a way to reach it. Who designs these things? The transformer yard went dark and dead. Weaver's water pipe passage should now be good to go.
This way, young man. Follow me. Come, come. The pipe's empty now. We're ready to go. This way. We need to go. I knew them both, Tom and Barbara. I had such a crush on him. Such a beautiful man. I was jealous. There was a part of me that was maybe a little glad when she had the accident. Hurry up, young man! And then Tom started writing and woke the darkness up. He tried to bring her back, but you can't do that. There are no free rides like that.
I'm starting to realize that.
In that case, young man, perhaps you're a smarter man than Tom was. The witch looked like her, but it wasn't. Barbara was sweet. He didn't understand until it was too late. He tried to undo it, wrote himself, her, everything he'd ever written out of the world. Oh, he was so famous. And afterward, no one knew. Oh, Tom. He left only one thing behind in my care, in case it happened again. Insurance. He trusted me. Or perhaps used me a little. Tom knew how I felt. Knew I wouldn't refuse him. I built the well-lit room and put it there. It's been waiting for you. We are characters trapped in a story you have written, and none of us will survive to see the end of it if the darkness isn't stopped. She'll twist the story to her own dark ends.
How do you know all this?
Tom, that's the way he wrote it. He still talks to me, you know, in television, from beyond, from below. We have both been touched by the darkness, young man. He saved us both with light, but the darkness stays with you. Leaves a stain.
That quote always gives me chills. And it's very true, because those who are possessed by the dark presence, but not fully, once the dark presence has achieved what they want through them, and they just let them live, they might return to a certain kind of normalcy to what they were before they were possessed, but they will always, for the rest of their life, be tainted by the dark presence having possessed them. And so Cynthia Weaver knows what that's like. Alan knows what that is like. Rose comes to know, like Rose knows what that is like, and all that kind of stuff as well.
This pipe will take us directly to the well-lit room.
Okay, I need to call my friends, tell them where we're going.
Hello? Al!
Barry, we're headed to the dam in one of the pipes. Meet us there.
Okay, I'll tell Sarah.
It's Sarah now?
Whoa! No! For the sweet love of...
Barry! Barry! We gotta go see if they're okay.
They're probably dead. You must reach the well-lit room. This is no time to be a selfish idiot.
That's my best friend.
Well, be a fool. I'll use the pipe. I'll meet you at the dam if you make it.
At least I didn't have to worry about her. She knew how to stay safe.
That part always cracks me up. You have a moment where Alan is doing something very selfless to actually go and help Barry. Ironically, Cynthia calls him selfish for wanting to do that. Then, in what could be considered a heroic leap, then ends up in a fall, and then it falls in line with the earlier sort of joke that Alan cracks about the irony of, you know, his novel being called The Sudden Stop and all that kind of stuff. There's a few examples of him jumping and falling and all that kind of stuff.
So the horror story manuscript of Departure is literally a departure for Alan Wake as a writer. Alan Wake has made his name as a writer and his success writing hard-boiled crime stories, where the main character is a fictional detective called Alex Casey. We get a glimpse into this life through an in-game TV insert of him appearing in a late-night talk show promoting the last and final Alex Casey book, The Sudden Stop. And obviously this very much mirrors the Remedy success story. We created a hard-boiled crime story game called Max Payne. But Alex Casey is not the same as Max Payne. Rather, it's very much me wanting to insert a bit of hard-boiled crime story into the world of Alan Wake as well, simply because I love it.
What's extra cool is having Alex Casey be voiced by James McCaffrey, who played Max Payne. Rest in peace to him. The last game that he did work for was Alan Wake 2. Vegas wrote Alan Wake versus Gary Busey. Who takes it? Alan Wake. I think he would win. I think even someone half asleep could probably win. Zerif, if Alan was a pastry, he would be Alan Cake. If Alan was an adventuring treasure seeker, he would be called Alan Drake.
Sheriff Breaker! Sarah!
The crash site looked bad, but as far as I could tell, the wreck was empty.
I'm coming!
Can't be a gun of mine.
Here they come!
Oh no! Oh no!
They're coming! We have to hold them off! Keep hitting them! Fight them off!
Oh no!
elevator in the world.
Here, Wade. Just hold on. Get back. Shit! I think I lost him. We're almost there. There's an entrance into the dam at the top. What's the plan, Wake?
Well, Weaver's crazy, but she's got something Zane left behind. Something to fix this.
Gee, could you be a little more vague?
Thomas Zane? Seriously? Might as well be Paul Bunyan or Bigfoot.
Yeah, well, he was real.
Let's be careful, okay?
Oh, jeez, I hate this.
Okay, Wake. There's a button over there that opens the door. I think something's broken. Hold the button down so we can get in.
You guys go ahead and find Weaver. She should be in the dam now. I'll have to make it alone through the top.
Okay, Wake. Good luck. Don't get yourself killed.
Please, be careful.
I'll take good care of Barry, Wake. You just look after yourself.
You gotta be kidding me. Down, boy.
Fishing can be a hobby or a job.
I was ridiculously outnumbered. The searchlight could even the odds.
Enough. You will go no further. Stop. Stop now.
You made it. Well done. I'm glad I was wrong. But it was a foolish chance to take. Don't worry about the noise. We're safe here. I have looked after the well-lit room for many, many years now. There is no shadow in the well-lit room. The power is fail-safe, and all the bulbs are numbered and changed regularly based on their make and model.
Right.
There's an old army base at Raincoat Point, north of here. It was active during the Second World War. They operated here back then. They must have built this.
Yes, they did. It's my place now. Take it, and I won't need to worry about the room anymore, because 6 and 33 and 118 need changing soon, and I don't want to climb up the ladder to change them because it's very late, and I'm tired. And if you take it, I won't have to do that anymore.
The page was autobiographical, a memory from my childhood. But I didn't write this. It was a page written by Thomas Zane. None of them were supposed to exist anymore.
Alan, 7 years old, would fight sleep to the bitter end. When he did sleep, he soon woke up, screaming, the nightmares fresh in his mind. One evening, his mother, sitting by his bed, offered him an old light switch. She called it the clicker, and flicking the switch would turn on a magical light that would drive the beast away. To imbue the talisman with all possible power, she added that it had been given to her by Alan's father. Alan never knew him, and anything of his took on mythical proportions in his mind. With the clicker firmly in his hand, Alan finally slept like a baby. Now, almost 30 years later, Alan thought of this as he stood on the rim of Cauldron Lake, the clicker in his hand. He took a deep breath and jumped.
My mind swirled. I'd given the clicker to Alice, yet it was here. Zane had written it into existence, in a story I had written. I can get to her now. I can finish this. Previously on Alan Wake, I wrote a horror story that has come true. Thomas Zane did the same in the 70s.
You will go no further.
If I continue like the Dark Presence wants me to, the story I'm writing won't save Alice. It's a horror story. No one will survive.
You knew Zane! Thomas Zane! You're the Lady of the Light in the song!
He left something behind to help me. The clicker.
Alan thought of this as he stood on the rim of Cauldron Lake, the clicker in his hand. He took a deep breath and jumped.
I can get to her now. I can finish this. I had a hangover. My head was about to explode and the light hurt my eyes. I needed my sunglasses and painkillers to dull the pain. In one of my finer moments of self-deception, I swore to quit drinking.
So Alan Wake comes from New York City. And for years, he was writing crime stories set in New York City. We have a couple of these flashbacks to New York, and that's how New York is present in Alan Wake. I love New York. I love it as an idea. Actually, like, you know, writing the Max Payne games that were also set in New York. I had never visited New York in my life. Everything kind of inspiration for it came from pop culture, from movies mainly. So to me, it's this archetype of a fictional city.
pills worked fast. The prospect of being awake started to seem bearable again.
Would have been cool if this was like an outfit you could unlock in this remastered version once you had finished the game at least once, maybe. I mean, obviously modders could do this. But for us console peasants, and I say that jokingly because I don't really care. But that's the thing with console versions of games. You have to sort of like, rely on them giving you the option to change outfits. Whereas if you have a PC mod, you can just customize it yourself.
There was a message waiting for me on the machine.
You have one new message.
Al! Are you still asleep? Wakey, wakey! You should have your show on your TiVo. If Alice wasn't too mad to record it. As she called me earlier and really chewed me out. Yeah, we went a little overboard last night. But parties are a part of this business. Al, look, I'm saying this as your friend. She's not doing your career any favors by trying to run your life like that, okay? I'll talk to you later, Al. Watch the show!
I'd been a guest on the talk show the previous night, talking about my latest book. The show was supposed to be waiting for me on our TiVo.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Harry Garrett Show.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. We have a great show tonight. I've been talking with the best-selling author Alan Wake about his new book, The Sudden Stop.
Yeah, good read. Go buy it.
No, it is a good read. Look, I'm gonna be honest here.
Is that wise?
No, but I'm gonna do it anyway. I got people who give me the lowdown on books. I'm a busy guy. But this one, I actually read from cover to cover. I mean, I'm a big fan.
Wow, thanks.
Now, this might be a spoiler for those who haven't read the book yet. Based on the sales figures, the 2 people out there who haven't read the book yet. But this last book is all about the death of the main character, the hard-boiled New York detective, Alex Casey. Now, there's been a lot of outrage about this. Why the hell did you kill Casey? What the hell were you thinking, man?
Good riddance. No, seriously, though. 7 years and 6 books is a long time. He was a gloomy guy to spend all your working hours with, and it was a good run. But it's time to explore new things. My next book will be a departure from the old for me.
You selfish bastard, always thinking of yourself. Well, you've certainly given us a lot of entertainment over the years. And now that you mention it, Casey was a gloomy guy. Never had much luck with his love life with the ladies. Was that autobiographical in any way?
Yeah, no kidding. Casey's lady friends tended to die on him. With Casey, it was all about his pain. No, nothing autobiographical about that. I'm a happily married man. My wife is my muse.
Well, congratulations. That's great to hear. So, how's the publicity tour been treating you?
Good. Great. But I gotta say, I'm glad to be back home in New York.
Well, you've certainly been on the news a lot lately. Lots of parties and, you got into a fight with some paparazzi.
Oh, man. Well, that guy was really in my face. I lost my temper. I know that wasn't cool.
Well, you are famous for that temper.
Well, I did also write several books.
Well, your latest novel is called The Sudden Stop, and it's in bookstores now. Go get it. That means the 2 of you out there who haven't bought it yet. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all we have for you tonight. I want to thank all our guests for the evening. Alan Wake, Sam Lake. Once more, do the face for a Sam. There it is. And our musical guests, Poets of the Fall. Thank you, and good night.
At least I'd been funny. I told myself I could live with that.
Did you watch the show?
I didn't say anything stupid if that's what you want to know.
Okay, Grumpy. You want an aspirin or something?
Are you going to start with me about drinking now?
You know what?
I should have followed her advice, but suddenly I was angry, mostly at myself, and she was there, a convenient victim.
Dr. Darling, the show, only if Warland Dorr is the host. Well, there's many doors to many worlds that have many doors to many other worlds that also have doors.
What? Now you can't even talk to me?
Well, this morning I was angry because you said you'd be home at midnight and you showed up at 7 a.m. and passed out in mid-sentence. Now I'm over it. Are you angry?
This goddamn tour. It's gotten out of hand.
Oh, honey. It's almost over, right? We can get back to normal, and you can start writing again.
I'm sorry, honey.
Alan, you're not thinking straight. Just take a shower and go back to bed, huh?
Yeah, you're right, honey. I'm sorry. Once this is over, let's go away together. A vacation. Just you and me. Some peace and quiet. Somehow, the clicker was the key to the cabin. I had to return to Cauldron Lake to save Alice. I'm going back to the lake to finish this. I'm going to write an ending to the story in the manuscript on my own terms, to make it all right.
Why can't you just write it here?
The last page is still in the typewriter. I need to read it first. Everything needs to be just right. Zane tried to cut some corners, and it didn't end well.
Okay, ready when you are.
I'm sorry, Sarah, but I need to do this alone. Barry, take her gun. Miss Weaver, close the door when I leave.
Good luck, Al.
See you later. When I got out, it was warm and sunny. I'd flicked the switch of the clicker. Had it done this? I didn't stop to question it. I had to take advantage of the sunlight to get to the lake. On Zane's page, I'd stood on the rim of Cauldron Lake, about to use the clicker. That's where I was headed. Alone, in daylight, surrounded by the beauty of the Pacific Northwest landscape. It was hard not to let doubt creep in one last time. I could still chalk everything up to a dream, a delusion. I had enough imagination to make up something like this, having been in the cabin all this time, trapped in a story inside my head, gone mad from grief over Alice's death like Hartman had claimed. There would be no way of knowing. I told myself it didn't really matter. My course was set.
The clicker, an object of power.
Still talking about New York, as this inspiring, almost like a magical place, is that obviously now, with Control, we are back in New York. Once again, and I honestly wouldn't be surprised if down the line we would have more games set there. But this idea of not having visited New York while writing Max Payne games is kind of a thing overall. Like to this day, I have never been in Washington State wilderness, in any of the small towns. Yes, I've been to Seattle multiple times, but not to actual locations that have inspired Alan Wake.
I like how he said, wouldn't be surprised if they do more games set in New York. And while it's not the actual New York, in Alan Wake 2, Alan is stuck in a dark place version of Twisted New York. Dr. Ellie need an Alex Casey jam emote. I don't think that's possible without using AI for it. But I need more animated emote slots. They're all filled up.
The darkness had touched me. There was a link between us. Always would be. I could feel its presence again, getting closer.
Dr. Elling, who did Dance Indoors show, Sam Lake did. The actor who played Alex Casey in the live-action movie adaptations of Alex Casey.
I will kill your wife.
So I feel that there are many different ways of doing research for writing. And it, sometimes, obviously, it's great to visit the location where the story is set. But I don't feel that that's necessarily something that you need to do. Or, in some cases, it can even start to kind of mean that the story you want to tell ends up not working because you know too much about this location. In our stories, the inspiration comes from popular culture more than anything.
The original 2010 video commentary actually has one that pops up if you go into Nightingale's room. So I want to see if the remastered video commentary also has a part that only pops up if you go in that room too. Because this whole part is completely avoidable if you want to.
Based on the signature in the motel register, Agent Nightingale had stayed here, in room number 2.
Hey there, Lone. Welcome, how's things? Watery. We'll be visiting that place in Alan Wake 2.
Couple of words about the Birdleg Cabin, which is a very central, very mystical location in Alan Wake. There is an obvious connection to Slavic folklore with the witch Baba Yaga who has this cabin on bird legs. And we have the 2 round windows that are kind of eyes of a bird. And in the study where Alan Wake ends up riding, we have a taxidermy owl between these windows. So a lot of these references to this bird. But at the same time, I feel that for every Finnish person, the idea of a summer cabin and these magical sunlit nights of summer hold this very, very special place in their minds.
Nice. So even in this video commentary, if you don't go to this location, you'll miss that one. Awesome. Thank you, Spider Kid, for redeeming the Arnie impression. Hi. Lone, not too bad. Just woke up. How about you? Oh, very nice, Lone. That's good. I hope you had a good rest. As for me, I'm doing really well. This is the final chapter of the main story for Alan Wake, so be finishing this soon.
This had obviously been the room where Agent Nightingale had stayed when he hadn't been busy harassing me.
Look after yourself and your co-workers!
Hemingway. Pal. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Nice to see you, too.
So the Birdleg Cabin is this mystical place, and in terms of like lore that we start establishing in Control through the lens of what Federal Bureau of Control thinks about these things and how they see these things, the cabin is definitely a place of power with mystical properties.
had to get the container out of my way. There had to be a way to power up the container lift. When I told Barry my plan back in the well-lit room, I'd acted as if I knew what I was doing. I didn't. I was operating on the shifting logic of a dream. I had to fight my way to the lake through the horrors of the night. I had to flick an old battered light switch imbued with childhood magic. I had to write a happy ending to a horror story. I had to save my wife from the dark prison she was being held in.
I will never give her to you.
Hey there, Dex. It's going well, thanks. How about yourself? Going to be finishing this game today. And it's technically morning. It's 12:25 a.m. on Saturday now.
I will never give her to you.
I could see Mirror Peak in the distance. That's where Cauldron Lake was.
Oh, that's really good, Dex. Glad to hear that you're doing well. Oh, that's okay. No need to apologize. That's for sure. That's definitely understandable. I hope work will go well for you. I hope it's not going to be too annoying or anything. Oh, that works out well then, Dex. It's a ghost town today. It's almost like it's a holiday. You'll get a ton done and not get bothered. Oh, hell yeah. That sounds like very, very ideal circumstances. That'd be really good. Be able to, not be as, not have as much pressure then too. Thanks, camera. Thank you. Hey there, Afro. Bonjour. How's it going? Afro, going good. Just home from a long ride. Your back and legs are shot. You're super tired. Definitely understandable. Afro, hopefully you can get some relaxation in and that you'll recover well too.
Oh, crap.
Afro, as it's a new year, do you plan on getting into a new series games this year? Any on your radar? Not necessarily like a full series. Well, I mean, I'd like to replay the Uncharted games, all of them. There's also Cyberpunk 2077. I haven't played that game yet. I want to get to that one at some point. Plus, I've got my other 20 to 30 or 40 other games sorted too. Just the usual, you know, the 17 Assassin's Creed games I do, and the 12 Tomb Raider games I do. The 6 Splinter Cell games I do. Then the countless anniversary runs and phases of so many different games. Yeah, I've played The Witcher 3, but a long time ago now, so I wouldn't mind replaying that again.
Turn back now. Do as you're told.
Afro 2016, there are no AC anniversaries unless you missed a Chronicles game in there somewhere. Got to wait another year for Origins, which is crazy to think about. Revelations had 15. Yeah, Chronicles India and Russia came out in 2016. Chronicles China came out in 2015. The new deadline I've given myself now for my anniversary phases of any game that I want to do celebrations for, I have until from January within the year in which it celebrates its anniversary to the day before it celebrates the next anniversary. So, for example, when it comes to like Assassin's Creed Brotherhood and Assassin's Creed Syndicate, which celebrates their 15th and 10th anniversaries respectively, my deadline to finish off any phases I have in mind for Brotherhood is the 16th of November this year. For Assassin's Creed Syndicate, it's the 23rd of October this year. So I've got until then to actually get any phases I'm doing for those games. Assassin's Creed Chronicles China, I don't think I saw when that... Oh yeah, my deadline for that is April 21 this year. So that'll be the next Assassin's Creed game I likely do an anniversary playthrough for. Alan Wake, I've got until the 15th of May to do my phases for its 15th. Splinter Cell Chaos Theory, I've got until March this year to do the other phases, so I'll be getting on them as soon as possible. Splinter Cell Conviction celebrates its 15th anniversary. I've got until the 13th of April this year to get any done I want for that. Red Dead Redemption, I've got until May 18 to get any phases for its anniversary. So yeah, there are a few examples. And then of course Assassin's Creed Revelations, but whatever month that came out in 2011, I'll have until whatever that month is in 2027 to get my phases done for that. So increasing the range, because before it was from January to December within the year in which an anniversary was taking place. So I had to rush a lot and compromise on some phases and what I wanted to do. So extending the deadline to the day before it actually celebrates its next anniversary gives me that leeway.
Alice never loved you.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
You can't win. You will fail. You're making this up.
Hell!
Shh, baby. You were having a bad dream. It was just another nightmare.
No.
Everything's fine. You're home.
It wasn't a dream. Everything's fine. Turn the lights on. Turn the lights on!
Shh, baby. The power's out. There's no light. Come back to bed and I'll make you forget all about your fear of the dark.
My fear? It's your fear. Why aren't you afraid? You're not Alice. Turn the lights on now. Where's the clicker? What did you do with it?
Alan, honey, you're still 1 foot in a dream. You're not making any sense. Come back to bed. Alan, you're scaring me now. Come back to bed. Have you taken your pills? Do you want me to call Dr. Hartman? I read your manuscript. It's brilliant. Departure is your best work yet. You're a genius. I'm so proud of you. Come back to bed. We'll talk more about it in the morning. Come back to bed, Alan.
Come back to bed, Tom.
You must find your way to the cabin. It stands in your way. It won't let you pass. It has no heart. It's filled with darkness. You must fill its heart with light. Don't mind him. He's Mr. Your friends will meet him when you're gone. Use the clicker.
All right then, we are getting close to the end of the game and close to the end of this commentary. I would like to still say that when we started talking about this opportunity of creating a remastered version of the original game, it felt important to us that it would be the original story and original experience. Yes, we have updated and improved the visuals and the technical aspects of it, but beyond that, this is the same experience, the original experience. Or maybe there are just these tiny small things sprinkled about that if you are paying attention, you can notice. Maybe you should keep your eyes open for them.
Very nice. So that's the end of the video commentary by Sam Lake. I'm definitely going to keep playing the game until I finish it, of course. Not going to end it there. But I have a feeling I know what some of those things are, but it's one of those things too where you can play a game for so long that you think that when you play the remastered version that there might be some things that have been added, but they actually weren't. I know for certain that there's certain advertisements that were replaced in the remastered version. There's Verizon was like the phone company that was in the original version, but they got rid of all that for the remastered version. There's a television in Cauldron Lake Lodge that in the original game has 2 commercials for real products back to back. In the remastered version though, they actually added back in 2 Night Springs episodes that weren't in the original game. So that was cool with the remaster. Some of the things that I think they added in as foreshadowing for Alan Wake 2 were certain posters that you see. For example, there's an advertisement for Arma beer, which is a type of beer that features heavily with the Koskela brothers, Ilmo and Jaakko. There's also, I think, a Coffee World sign as well in there too somewhere.
I'm leaving you.
What?
I'm leaving you, Alan. I met someone. I'm in love with someone else.
Alice? No, what are you saying? You can't.
You don't love me. How could you? You don't even love yourself. All you do is torture yourself with work you can't do anymore.
No, I love you more than anything in the world. You're my muse.
I'm not.
Who are you? What have you done with my Alice?
Alan? What are you doing? Put the light back on. What are you doing, Alan? Stop! Put the light back on!
It wasn't true. Nothing like that had ever happened.
You're not my Barbara.
Tom, let me go. I promise to be good. Please, untie me, you naughty boy. I will help you write your masterpiece. I will love you forever.
No, you're not Barbara Jagger. I made a terrible mistake. I should have never written you back. You came back wrong. Your heart is filled with darkness.
Put that knife away, Thomas. Put it down.
My heart is filled with darkness. I'll cut it out. I'll take you back to the depths of pavement.
There's a hole in her chest where her heart should be.
That's it. I hope you have enjoyed playing Alan Wake Remastered. I hope you have enjoyed listening to me rambling on in this commentary. Thank you very much.
Sorry, now that's the final part of the audio commentary by Sam Lake.
Get away from me, you hag! Where am I? Let me go!
Alice! Alice! I'm coming!
Your husband refused to do as he was told. All he had to do was write what I wanted him to write. Now it's too late. It's his fault. You'll stay here forever.
Now you will never get her back.
I am much older than you.
older than your first work of art. I will find a new face to wear. Someone else to dream me free.
I could feel Alice's presence close by. I understood what I had to do now. I knew how to write the ending to Departure. There's light and there's darkness. Cause and effect. There's guilt and there's atonement. But the scales always need to balance. Everything has a price. That's where Zane had gone wrong. There's a long journey through the night back into the light.
Alice? Alice? Oh no!
It's not a lake. It's an ocean.
And there we go. That concludes this playthrough. We're going to go and raid out to Zamaxi, who's doing Uncharted 4 at the moment. The next stream you'll see from me will be Alan Wake 2. I'm doing a playthrough that I'm calling the Cliff Notes edition, but I'll reveal what that is actually entailing in that stream. Before I end though, I'd like to give some shout outs to some streamers I'd like to recommend. That's right, drama, it's not a lake, it's an ocean. Alan, wake up. Hey there, Antonidas. How do I feel about the naval combat in Assassin's Creed? I actually don't mind it, to be honest. I like the improvements that they made in Black Flag from what there was in Assassin's Creed 3. I mean, the naval in Rogue is just basically a copy and paste from Black Flag, though. See ya, Sona. That's right, Dex, yeah. Yeah. I sort of wanted to have something that wouldn't take too long overall, because it can be a long game if you want to actually get the full experience. Would definitely like to recommend people check out Bootleg Space Kittens, playing Jurassic World Evolution 2 in Meta, Death Stranding Director's Cut. Crocodiles is doing The Last of Us Part 2 Remastered. Lidus is a streamer of retro games, especially Mortal Kombat. Lone Star has been doing Nice Day for Fishing. Quick Dex is playing Cyberpunk 2077. Shillerlock is doing Assassin's Creed Mirage. Shaky has been doing Far Cry 6. And Vegas Glaive has been doing Killer Frequency. No worries at all, Lidus, for the stream and for the shout out as well, dude. No worries. And same to you as well, Lone. No worries for the stream and for the shout out. And Dex, no problem at all for the shout out. I want to thank everyone so much for watching the stream. Really appreciate it. Here's a general raid message that everyone can feel free to copy and paste, and I'll also put one in chat for subscribers as well. That's all good for the stream, Dex. No worries at all. I definitely will. for sure. Hope you have a good one too.